Hi, good morning. Welcome to the November 17th, 2020 Planning Board meeting. We have this meeting is an in-person / virtual meeting, so most of the participation of this meeting will take place virtually through Zoom. We have our city attorney, if you would, please introduce the meeting and all the particulars for those who are attending virtually.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present and remaining board members, applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing virtually via Zoom. For the past several months, as the board's aware, the board was permitted to meet virtually only under Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor. This order suspended the in-person quorum requirement for meetings of local government bodies. As I think you're all aware, the order expired at the end of October. So accordingly, consistent with Florida law, we have a quorum of the Planning Board physically present today at the Convention Center. In order for members of the public to participate in today's meeting, they may dial 1-877-853-5257 and enter the webinar ID, which is 826-1833-5049#. Or the public can log in directly to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 826-1833-5049. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Members of the public who don't have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item on today's agenda can appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco room 237. Before I swear in members of staff, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. So before we get to our agenda, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask any members of staff to turn their mics on, anyone who'll be providing testimony today. And can you state whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you all. That's all from me.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it. So let's get started. We'll come back to that for a second. So I think the first item we'll take is just the approval of the minutes from last meeting on October 27th. If we have any support for that.
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Mark.
Excuse me, guys. Good morning. If we could bring over, I think David Weeder is not on the attendee list, or not on the panelist. Can we bring over David Weeder?
Yeah, PJ, can we do that?
Absolutely.
And do a sound check.
David, if you could please unmute.
And do we have Mike B on here as well, or no? Oh, yeah, I see Mike.
Hi, Kareem.
There we go,
Good morning,
David.
sir.
Can you hear me?
A lot of books back there. Are you reading all those books?
Oh, no, those belong to my wife.
I got you.
All right. Seems like we have David on board. David, are you on board with us?
I am, I think. Am I? Can you
Yes,
hear?
you are.
Yeah.
Loud and clear. Thank you for joining.
Okay, so sorry guys, who made the motion to approve the
Mark.
the minutes from the October 27th? That was Mark Milan. And who was the second?
I'll be happy to
didn't have-
second.
Mike.
Yeah, I'll second.
Michael Barano. Okay, I'll do a roll call. Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Vitia,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
and Mr. Pietro.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0, and we have all 7 board members present today.
And we'll explain. I think it would be okay to explain that some of our board members are appearing in person in the city facilities. So that's why they're wearing masks, just in case somebody was wondering why some of us have masks and some of us don't. Some are appearing virtually and some are appearing in person due to some state rules. I'll leave the adjectives out of what I wanted to say about the state rule. So we'll leave it there. And then we'll move to item number 2, which is the continuance and withdrawals. So I think we had somebody here, just wanted to make sure that we are going ahead and move this. So do we have support to continue this item?
And for the record, this is Planning Board File number 20-0389, RM2 amendments to properties of 10 acres or more. And the request is to continue this to the December 14th meeting. We do need a motion to continue.
I move it. Jelpy.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Mr. Jelpity, seconded by Mr. Milan. For the roll call, Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Vitia,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yes.
and Mr. Pietro.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. And then we are going to take a couple items out of order. I discussed this with the chair before the meeting. We are going to move up items number 6 and number 7. Number 6 is Planning Board File number 20-0407, the Collins Park Artist Workforce Housing Project, the review of the development agreement, and Planning Board File number 20-0408, approval of the lease. And both of these have been included in the board packages. Just to let the board know, these will be discussed together, but 2 separate votes are required. The review of the lease agreement is for a recommendation to the City Commission. The review of the development agreement is for a recommendation to the City Commission, and the lease requires approval of the planning board by 4/7 vote. The site is located at 224 23rd Street and presently occupied by a surface parking lot. The public-private proposal between the city and Texas-based Servetus, which is a developer of on-campus student housing, will include a 75-foot tall building that will contain up to 80 workforce housing units, a residential dormitory for the Miami City Ballet, a ground floor retail or cultural space, and ultimately the design will require the review and approval of the Historic Preservation Board. We do have additional city staff here, including Rafael Paz, Raquel Williams, and Justin Carr, who have worked extensively on these documents, and they're available to provide further details and answer any questions. And I'd like to turn it over to Rafael at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Rafael Paz, Deputy City Attorney. So the city has been trying to secure a P3 partnership for workforce housing for 5 years. We now have 2 P3 partnership proposals to realize workforce housing, this project in Collins Park, and we hope to be before you in a couple of months again with another project in North Beach. But the project before you, the Collins Park Artist Workforce Housing Project, is a result of a competitive solicitation that the city issued in 2019. The property, as Michael just mentioned, 224 23rd Street, is a site of a current parking lot with 21 spaces. And the City Commission, back in 2019, identified this site as a potential site for workforce housing, given the construction of the Collins Park garage across the street that would render the 21 spaces in the surface parking lot less useful. The RFP documents, in addition to specifying the desire for workforce housing with a particular target for artists and area educators, the RFP encouraged proposers to also incorporate Miami City Ballet as part of the project to address Miami City Ballet's dormitory housing needs. And so this is a collaboration between Servitas Group, the developer, Miami City Ballet, and Community Finance Corp., which is a not-for-profit corporation that facilitates P3 partnerships and financings for capital projects with government entities throughout the country. So the project, as Michael mentioned, will include it's a 7-story building, would include 80 workforce housing units on floors 3 through 7. The second floor would be subleased to the Miami City Ballet for dormitory housing for up to 32 beds. And the first floor would be either a cultural space with the city giving the city the right and the option to take a master sublease of that first floor to be able to program the space for cultural purposes, or retail revenue generating purposes to support the project. So the documents that are before you is the development agreement that between the city and Servitas for the design and the construction of the project, and the lease, which requires a planning board approval pursuant to the city charter. The way the project would work, the lessee would issue tax-exempt revenue bonds to finance the project. Meaning, and the tax-exempt revenue bonds would be non-recourse to the city, meaning that bondholders can only look to project revenues to be made whole, and there is no city financing, no pledge of revenues, no city guarantee of any type. The lessee and Servitas are working with Citigroup as the underwriters for the bonds. One element in the lease that the lease is a 50-year term, an initial term of 50 years. With 2 renewal terms on mutual agreement of the parties for a period of 20 years each. One element of the lease that stands out here is that although the city code, when developers offer workforce housing and seek to obtain the benefits that may be available to them for workforce housing projects, the city code requires the workforce housing restrictions to be in place for 20 years. In this case, in this lease, the workforce housing restrictions will run for the entire term of the lease. And this is not just the city's preference in the lease, but a function of the bonds, because in order to maintain those tax-exempt bonds, the project would need to offer and comply with the workforce housing restrictions. The lease sets forth 3 tiers for targeting residents, income-eligible residents, with the first priority being artists, as defined as basically anybody that is actively engaged in the creative arts, area educators, teachers, nurses, law enforcement personnel, and any City of Miami Beach personnel. That's the first tier. If there's available occupancy after the first tier, then I believe the project will target eligible workers that are employed in the hospitality and entertainment industries in Miami Beach. And then if there's capacity after that, then the third tier would be any other income eligible workers, with a priority for income eligible workers that are already living in Miami Beach or working in Miami Beach.
Rafael, could I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
So those 2 20-year potential extensions, all the terms are the same. So you said the workforce requirement is the entire lease. Does that include the extensions?
It would, although the renewal terms require mutual agreement of the parties, so the parties could amend the terms of the lease for the renewal period.
But not possible to amend during the first 50 years?
Certainly not if the bonds are still in place and there's debt outstanding, no.
Okay, thank you.
So one other element, and I'm going to conclude in just 1 minute, if I may. One other element in the lease and of this transaction that stands out is that The Miami City Ballet will take a sublease of the second floor and will pay rent. The city potentially, if the city elects to take a sublease of the first floor, will pay rent. However, the rent to the city under the lease is 100% of the net proceeds of the project after the payment of operating expenses and debt service requirements and reserve requirements. So because the goal of the project was to support cultural activations and not just workforce housing, but cultural activations, the city and Miami City Ballet and presented at Finance Committee in September a proposal for the net proceeds of the project to be shared with Miami City Ballet to offset the Miami City Ballet's costs for renting the second floor for its dormitory housing for dance education programs. So what you have before you is a lease that will generate revenues, we hope, for the city, for the Miami City Ballet, activate and support a cultural presence in Collins Park and provide for workforce housing. And so I'd like to, if I may, just one moment, just to turn it over to Raquel, who may want to make a few comments about Raquel's our new Economic Development Director, and she may have a few comments about the importance of workforce housing and how it ties into the city's economic development strategy. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael, and good morning to the Planning Board. I do want to mention that the inclusion of workforce housing in the mix of housing opportunity in the city of Miami Beach is essential for our resiliency and our ability to entice folks to come and work in the city of Miami Beach. We do have a large tourism and hospitality sector, and it's essential for these employees to be able to work close to where they live. We know that the provision of workforce housing allows for folks to have less dependency on transportation. We know that this allows workers to be able to invest in where they live because of the fact that their rental rates are at the workforce level. We know that they can invest their other income in the surrounding area. So they can support businesses, they can support restaurants, they can support retailers. So we know that this is something that is great for the overall economic picture for the city of Miami Beach, and we do need more workforce housing opportunities in our city. This also provides a great opportunity for cultural enhancement, and that is also an economic driver for the city of Miami Beach. We are very much a cultural city where we do invest in our cultural assets and our cultural partners. And that has been something that has been very positive for the city and will continue to be positive for the city. So a project of this nature that combines workforce housing as well as support for a cultural asset such as the Miami City Ballet is a win-win for the city. It's a win-win for the Miami City Ballet. It's a win-win for those folks who will end up being able to occupy the building, as well as those students in the dormitory of the Miami City Ballet. So we know that the cultural offerings that will come out of this project will be an enhancement for the residents of the city. And so we are very much in support of this project. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody else presenting on the item? Or board members' questions for Ralph? And Ms. Williams?
Raquel, are you still there?
I am.
Are you our new economic development person?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, I'm the new economic development director.
Well, welcome. I just wanted to tell you welcome to Miami Beach, and we're happy to have you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Mike, I thought you were going to make it hard. The anxiety was building. I thought it was going to be, it was like kind of anticlimactic there.
Oh, yeah. Well, she made a nice presentation, so.
Fair enough. All right, do we have any questions for Ralph, or is there any more from the city to present on this item, staff?
No, sir. Thank you.
Well, I have a couple questions. A pretty interesting lease. Could I understand that you're going into development agreement to have a third party take a city land generate this asset, which is going to be workforce housing, dormitories, and ground floor retail. And this third party is going to develop the project, manage the project, and the revenue that comes to the city will be as a result of the NOI, or the income generated after all expenses are paid. Is that a good conclusion to what you communicated?
Yes, sir. So Servitas will design and construct the project, and they will receive a development fee that is outlined in the development agreement. It's 7% of the project cost, and then turn it over to the lessee, which will operate the project in accordance with the lease. And all of the proceeds, the net revenues, NOI, as you mentioned, would inure to the benefit of the city, and the city has elected, or would be electing with the city commission's approval, of course, to designate a portion of the proceeds for the Miami City Ballet to offset their participation in the project.
So who will be the lessee once the project is completed?
That would be a single member LLC owned by Community Finance Corporation, which is a not-for-profit corporation that is partnering with Servitas on this proposal.
Okay, perfect. So has there been a pro forma done on this development to understand the economics? Clearly, there's no cost of land, right? So there isn't really any payment going to the city for the use of the land. So, we're setting the rates based on workforce housing, so we can get an idea of what those market rates will be under workforce housing. We certainly understand the benefits of the second floor dormitory going to Miami City Ballet. They have been an activation point for this area, and any further development in this area and new construction should certainly take into account a benefit to their success and their future for the contribution they've been providing in this neighborhood. So I certainly think that's a great idea. And then ground floor, any type of ground floor activation will likely be successful and result in a rent payment. Who sets the rent payment for ground floor?
So that would be and you're absolutely right, sir. And that would be the lessee. Now, if the city elects to take a sublease of that ground floor for cultural activation purposes, I believe that the parties are offering the city a rental range that and Raquel or Justin Carr from Economic Development could explain that a little further, and I think it's set forth in the memos as well. So the city would have to pay rent for that ground floor because you have to pay the debt service on the bonds, but it would be less obviously than what you would charge the market. There is a pro forma as well, and it is in your package before you. I believe it's Exhibit D.
Okay, thank you. There wouldn't be any tax revenue or taxes to the county or the city on this land, or would they?
Well, I think we're anticipating that there would not be taxes. There are exemptions that are available for not-for-profit uses under the Florida statutes, as well as for workforce housing that developments that are offered by not-for-profits. So the parties expect to structure this so that it's exempt from taxation, which would reduce the costs of the project and hopefully generate more NOI, which would come back entirely to the city.
All right. Thank you. Nice work.
Thank you, sir.
Rafa, I have a question. I saw the pro forma. Is there? Did I miss the source and uses estimate in here, or it just is not included?
I'm not the numbers guy. I apologize. So if Raquel or Justin could maybe address that. Or Servitas, I believe there's a member of the Servitas team is.
Mr. Chair, will Servitas or anybody from that side be presenting, or will we hear from and also will we hear from the public on this item?
Yeah, I think we can. Let me bring Servitas in to your point, and they can answer my source and use question first, and then we can go from there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't believe you have I do not have a copy of the pro forma you have in front of you, but based on what we usually send city staff, the bottom left corner of the first page usually includes a project budget that should have a pretty clear sources and uses.
I think it's clear on the division between hard costs, finance costs, and soft costs, but I don't see how what portion or what dollar amount is coming from the bonds and what's coming from. Let me see. Maybe I'm not looking at it.
It's 100% bond funded.
I see it. I stand corrected. I got it.
Yeah, it's 100% bond funded. Yes, sir. Which is what allows it to then be able to contribute 100% of project income to the city in the form of a ground lease payment.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. I see it there. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public first, and then we'll bring it back to the board to have more questions. Okay, the young lady from Miami City Ballet, forgive me for forgetting your name, but go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tanya Castroverdi Moskalenko, Executive Director of Miami City Ballet. I'm here on behalf of our board of directors, our staff, our artists, our students, and their parents to express our support for the Collins Park Workforce Housing Project. Miami City Ballet is grateful to the City of Miami Beach and to Servitas for making us an integral part of the project planning since its early stages. This important project will be transformational for our school and our pre-professional students who are the next generation of the art form being trained right here in Miami Beach. Not only is the residential dormitory floor a game changer for our students who come from all over the country and indeed across the world to study and train here, but also the residential workforce housing units for artists, teachers, and other income eligible tenants will be essential for our professional dancers, our artists, and our faculty. As we celebrate our 35th anniversary in Miami Beach, as one of the top ballet companies in the nation, Miami City Ballet is deeply grateful for the support of the city over the many years, and we look forward to continuing this work with Servitas and with the City of Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Okay, I don't see anybody else. Let's see, let me try one more time to make sure my computer is working.
I don't see anyone else either, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I don't have anybody else there, so let's go ahead and to the board. We can. I'll leave it open for the public for a second, and board, let's go ahead and just have some discussion around it.
I have a question for planning staff and the code for managing workforce housing. So if I'm not mistaken, we have defined workforce housing and we have codified how we manage workforce housing. This lease in itself is also dictating workforce housing, what percentages, who gets to rent first, those tiers. Is there a concern about having our code define how we handle workforce housing and then having the lease also further dictate how we manage workforce housing for this particular site? Does that make sense to staff? Does my concern make any sense?
I know you addressed this to planning staff, but from my perspective, the code, sets forth minimum standards. It's we're acting in a regulatory function when you adopt the code, whereas the lease is a proprietary approval, right? It's the city as the owner is negotiating the terms for what that use of the lease property would look like. And so supplementing, and there's nothing inconsistent with what's in the lease and what's in the code. It's just that the lease takes it further and supplements the workforce housing restrictions, specifically to say that we're going to target the area median income of under 120%. And with tenants paying no more than 30% of their AMI for the rent that they are charged.
Okay, and we're going to just let that paragraph E there dictate, the parameters of income versus their eligibility, and the other code aspects of managing workforce housing and eligibility, because I haven't read those provisions in the code in a while. I think they further dictate how they need to manage applications and processing. I can't remember. Again, I believe this might be the very first workforce housing project for the city, so it'll be a test to our code. And I just want to make sure someone in staff has reviewed that and make sure there is no conflicts between the lease and our code. And it sounds like you did.
And that's a very good point. And you're right that this is the very first P3 for workforce housing that we finally are able to bring before you. And we have looked at it. We don't think that there's anything inconsistent to the extent that there are benefits that would be available to the developer. Like, for example, the commission just adopted an ordinance to waive certain fees for workforce housing projects. They would need to submit all the documentation in accordance with the code. And we are incorporating the code provisions in the lease as well, to bootstrap it. But you're right, this is a test case, and we'll look at this one carefully to make sure there's, that it all ties together and works.
Yeah, and Rob, so I assume that you guys will put together some type of rent regulatory agreement with them, and then followed by some kind of covenant document on the land, correct? On the lease.
Yeah, well, the lease itself has the restrictive covenant that would run with the land, and the lease provides for the city annually to approve the operating plan and really all aspects of how the verifications for income eligibility for tenants, the lottery system, or whatever fair and equitable process for placement of residents. All of that is governed in the lease with city approval.
Okay, so you just did it all in one doc. Okay, that's fine. Understood.
Well, it looks like the pro forma looks pretty conservative. It really is a conservative analysis when I look at it as far as cost and revenue projections. And most certainly it looks like a really good deal for the city long term. And it creates activation in a neighborhood that certainly needs it.
Hey, listen, Daniel, just to echo that. I mean, we've been talking about workforce housing, and to me, this is just really a pretty amazing project, because we're now accomplishing the goal of providing more workforce housing for the city. But on top of it, the angle that's connected to the arts and an important institution, the Miami City Ballet in the area, just is like icing on the cake here. So I think this is just an absolutely really well thought out and amazing project.
Yeah, and financially how it's structured, it's great for the city. They just put forward the land and they benefit long term from the project. I think it's a great partnership.
Well, I just have a couple of quick questions, Mr. Chair. Are you still there? Well. Anyway, do we have a sense about the timeline? I know we're pretty far along with this. First of all, I agree with everybody else. I'm thrilled that there's a workforce proposal this far along. I think this is a much better use of a surface parking lot, and I think folks who work in Miami Beach ought to be able to live in Miami Beach. We ought to be a real specific goal. What is the timeline, Raphael? I mean, how long are we anticipating it to take?
So obviously there's two readings before the City Commission, which we hope to conclude December and January at the December and January meetings. The developer is already preparing. They're working with their architect Schulman and Associates to submit the package for HPB, and they hope that within that the project will be heard within 4 or 5 months at HPB, and the agreement provides that the closing will happen 3 months after that HPB approval, and the project they anticipate would be completed, 2 to 3 years after, with a 4-year outside date. So they're ready to go with these critical, once these critical commission and planning board approvals are in place.
And the pandemic is not affecting the timeline at all, or all the lights are green, everything is good?
I have not had any discussions with anyone about any concern regarding financing due to the pandemic. Citigroup has been participating in pretty much all of our weekly negotiation calls. And if maybe Servitas could address that.
So Alan Schulman is the architect who's going to be using designing the project?
That's correct.
Correct.
And this is within the Collins Park Historic District?
Yes.
Okay, and
David, I would like to hear from Servitas, maybe when you get finished with your comments, and answer that specific question, and maybe talk a little bit and tell us a little bit about their track record and how bullish they are on getting this done in a reasonable amount of time.
Well, I was just curious as to how this project is going to look and what's its situation, what the how it's going to fit into the district. To me, it sounds like a great project, and as Daniel has outlined, the financials sound pretty good, and the intention. I'm really not very familiar with what constitutes workforce housing, what kind of accommodations are allowed. Are they going to be individual apartments, or are they going to be a dorm? The text here says a dormitory. So I was wondering what the details of the workforce housing is going to be in terms of its facility, its accommodation. I don't know if the word luxury would fit in, but I'd like to know a little bit about that.
Well, the unit mix that is proposed includes 50% studios, 25% 1-bedrooms, and 25% 2-bedroom. So the dormitories will be on the second floor, and that will include 32 beds with 2 beds per room. So essentially 16 dorm rooms with 32 beds. As far as workforce housing, we're looking at 120% of the area median income. When you look at the pro forma, it also gives you the unit type and the monthly rent based on the area median income. So that would be your indicator of the affordability level for the tenants.
Well, okay. One thing, Ms. Williams, I also see that you have a restriction on several of these units for 80 AMI. If I'm not doing my count wrong, it looks like you have about 39 units that will be restricted to 80% AMI. Is that correct?
Correct. And that would provide a greater range of affordability for the various tenants. So 120 is the maximum, but the developer has made a proposal that includes 80% AMI as a benchmark for a certain number of units.
And the only reason I pointed out is I think it is important to show that you've kind of stratified an income range. And, a lot of times 120 AMI is market. So we want to be clear when we're bringing these projects on that we are setting aside a portion that is, definitely a discount to market. That's what this is all about.
Absolutely. And what you'll find across the country is that the more range there is with the tiers of affordability, the more beneficial it is for all of the tenants, because you want people of different income strata to be living with each other, interacting with each other. You want that mix to happen because it's greater for all of the tenants and all of the residents, because you want to have people exposed to different people of all different walks of life, of all different levels of income.
I'd like to add to that, it seems it is like market today, but what this does, it provides a long-term ability to keep that demographic of our workforce in place in a high A grade type of housing stock. So in the market, you'll find a lot of affordable housing, but not of this grade. And looking at the storms, how they're coming, these buildings will survive likely storm events, which means that our workforce will still be available and living in our city post-storm events. So these are really important parts of the growth of our city to create stability long-term, and I hope we see a lot more of these projects. When you guys are done, I do have a question about GU zoning and the code.
And Daniel, I take your point, and my larger point or umbrella point was just that these 80 and 120, 80, 120 AMI, 50 AMI, whatever the AMI level, they also move in time too. So it's not as if they're anchored and fixed and then the market runs away from them. So we do want to make sure that everybody understands it. My greater point is by adding some of the lower AMIs, you do get what Ms. Williams described, and which is the intent of mixed income housing, which is maybe even a different conversation than pure workforce or AMI driven housing. But I appreciate your comments. And then go ahead, Daniel, just go with the rest of your questions.
The GU zoning, so this is to staff, this is going to maintain a GU zoning. So what's going to be the design envelope that you're going to adopt for this property, this building that's going to be built?
Staff, did you guys?
I didn't know if someone from planning wanted to take that.
I want to ask a question about the experience of other cities in mixed income housing. Has any attention been given to that?
Can we answer the previous question first?
Yes.
Yeah, and I had a couple as well. So then we moved on.
What was the specific question about the size of the development, or?
No, his question is, what is the underlying zoning going to be?
So the underlying zoning is going to remain GU, government use. And as a government use property, in order to determine the physical development regulations, the maximum building height, parking requirements, setbacks, FAR, et cetera, we would take an average of the surrounding districts, which in this case would be CD3. So basically, we're going to use the CD3 regulations for the site plan and physical development regulations. But the underlying district will remain GU.
And Tom, and forgive me, David, I'm going to come back to your question as well as you, Mike, but Tom just said something that I want to ask. So is there no way to advance this faster through some type of government facilities application before it's turned over to Servitas so we can get this moving faster?
In terms of the speed of this, I think it's moving as fast as it can. I'd have to let either Raquel or Justin or Raphael comment on how much quicker we can make it move forward. Ironically, if we rezoned it, that would probably take even more time. So we concluded that leaving it at GU would be the best option in terms of moving this along as quickly as possible. But I think given the requirements for the lease and then given the requirements for HPB approval of the construction, all those other regulatory requirements, I think we probably got it on the fastest track possible. Again, Raphael, Justin, or Raquel, if you have anything to add to that, but I think that we're moving as quickly as we can.
Actually, I think you kind of answered it. The restrictions on like HPB would kind of prevent it from just being a pure ASPR type government-driven site approval, moving it forward. So I'm clear on that. Let's go back to, I think Daniel had some more questions first, and then we'll come back to David and then Mike.
No, I'm done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, David, your question was about mixed income housing. You want to ask it again?
Yeah, my question is what happens in other cities where there have been mixed income workforce housing? So I assume that there's a stratification of income within the housing development itself, and does it operate against economic marketplace where people in higher income levels don't want to live with people at lower income levels, or do they I hope it works, and I'm just wondering whether it has the potential for economically surviving because of experience of other cities and how this has worked. I'm concerned that I don't want the building to wind up empty. Is basically my point. I suppose it could be adapted to something else if it doesn't work out. But what has happened in other cities? I'm really totally ignorant on this issue.
David, well, I'll let Ms. Williams go, but I practice in this industry, so I can give you my take on it. But go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Oh, I just wanted to let you know that this is very common to have mixed income units in a residential building. In my background, I worked for the Housing Finance Authority of Miami-Dade County, issuing bond financing for deals of this nature. So this is something that's very common. A lot of cities are doing P3s now and offering the land in the deal to ensure the availability of affordable and workforce housing inventory. According to fair housing laws, no one will know who can afford to be in, at the 120 level or at the 80% level. You could be living next door to someone who has a lower income than you do, and there's no way for you to know that based on fair housing standards. So it's not that people would be prone to feeling that, hey, I don't want to live with people that can't afford what I can afford. So in essence, this is to try to level the playing field and offer opportunities across income ranges.
I see.
And David, if I can add to that, I chair the Affordable Housing Committee of the city. We talk about this a lot. This is 80 to 120% AMI as the income. So that's the range of the income. They're also providing a very diverse unit mix so that you have a diverse demographics based on the diversity of the units that you're offering. In addition, the way that they're offering the housing, it's going to be a shared group of demographics as far as the jobs that they hold. So I think this building is going to be very successful in attracting a very unique group of residents in our city that will benefit from the improved housing and the small subsidy towards the rental rate so that they can be stable. And I don't think there'll be different demographics conflicting with each other within the development that would raise any concerns about the success.
Okay, so that's been the experience of other cities as well. Have there been incidents where this type of project has failed because of the the reasons I mentioned?
What we see is when you have a forced affordable housing component, inclusionary housing, within a high-end Class A residential project with no restrictions. So now you have a real clear division of incomes within a property, and issues that come up is trying to isolate the individuals to use of a certain demographic or income to use a certain entrance to the building versus the market rate higher end Class A using a different amenity in the building. So here we don't have that clash. Here it is one type of project, workforce housing, 80 to 120 AMI. It's not affordable housing where it's below 80% AMI.
I see. Okay. In other words, the disparities are not going to be that great in the buildings. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and in fact, there will be a unique diversity within a certain group because it's workforce. The way they've identified the tiers of targeting certain workforce on the beach, if it's well marketed and promoted, and this operator reaches out to the local market, I'm sure they're going to be very successful in leasing up the building, and it'll be a great example of what we need to do more with the government-owned land throughout the city.
It sounds like a very reasonable project. I think, and the Miami City Ballet there is going to be a big plus. So I'm in favor.
All right, Mike, you want to have your questions there?
Yeah, my questions were for Servitas, and I think they were prepared to speak for just a moment. and maybe have a follow-up based on what they say.
So he's asking Servitas to kind of give a little bit of background on their company and kind of introduce the project at a very high level. Can you do that, please?
And how quickly? What is their view of the timeline and the potential for interruption due to the pandemic?
Can Servitas be brought over?
Yes. Good morning. This is Angel Rivera from Servitas. Our timeline right now is, as correctly mentioned by one of the folks who spoke earlier, limited in part by having to get through HPV approval. We have gone ahead and started working on our schematics package that we will be presented to the HPV probably at their March or April meeting. We are also simultaneously doing our due diligence on the site itself. So geotechnical study, environmental study, getting a good site survey in order to make sure that not only that the site is buildable, but also that what we design meets the limitations, of course, that any site will have. Furthermore, on the pandemic and its impact on the project, we have seen the impact of the pandemic on both the financial markets and on construction. And we believe that where we are right now, or we have been now for a few months, it's a pretty stable point, and we know what to expect. And the project right now has some cushion in the performance. Again, somebody mentioned earlier, meaning that even if interest rates rose a little bit higher, we will be able to sustain it. So we see no reason why the pandemic should have any negative impact on this development right now, understanding that we certainly are prepared for the project to have to respond to the scheduling impact of the pandemic, which we have felt in other projects, mostly in either workers who've suffered because of the disease, or suppliers who have had their own issues. And then that's led to supplier delays with other constructions around the country.
And sir, your track record in with projects like this, can you speak a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So Servitas has been developing housing for 17 years, specifically in South Florida. We've done a 9-story high-rise in North Miami at the Florida International University Biscayne Bay campus. That project broke ground in March of 2015 and opened on time in early August of 2016. We also built a project in Fort Myers, Florida, that from memory, I believe opened in August of 2012. And around the country, we're currently working in projects in California, Texas, and recently completed projects in Arkansas. And so our experiences with the development and operation of housing around the country, and it's pretty extensive, and this is what we do.
And what is your level of familiarity with the Collins Park neighborhood? I mean, Collins Park is a real historic preservation gem in our community and a real success story. Do you visualize this building? I know we're not the Historic Preservation Board, but do you visualize this building complementing the style of architecture that's there? Would be my recommendation to you, but I'd like to hear what you think.
Yes, sir. And knowing that while our CEO has a lot of experience in South Florida and spends a lot of his time in Coconut Grove, we specifically selected Schulman as our schematics architect, or design architect, to make sure that our development would not only be responsive to the neighborhood and its design considerations, which are very important, but also to what's going on specifically on our site. So we're taking advantage of the new parking garage across the street as we plan for our parking needs. We're looking at the Paseo that will end at the southwestern corner of our site in order to make sure that our entry and our circulation takes into consideration this new pedestrian area that's adjacent to our property, and having a local Miami Beach-based designer, not only that they're local and they're based there, but that they're experts and have worked so much in the neighborhood, has been very valuable, as it allows us to shortcut that learning curve from somebody who does not live and work there, by having folks who not only live and work there, but are specifically very involved in these specific matters. So yes, sir, the building is absolutely being designed very differently from everything that we've done everywhere in the country. And we've done close to $2 billion worth of housing in the country, because as you correctly pointed out, Collins Park's a very special place. And it would be a travesty for us to not make sure that we fit within that wonderful neighborhood.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the extra effort. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any more comments from board members?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize Michael's concern. Alan Schulman has a superb reputation.
Did we lose him? David?
I'm sorry. So Alan Schulman is a very respected architect in historic preservation, and most of his projects are very well crafted. So I've listened to numerous of his presentations, and that's why I asked the question initially. So I think, Michael, your concerns are well placed. So I'm looking forward to seeing the design.
Yeah, and David, one of the things that you asked about nationally, and even potentially your question goes to regionally here. I've seen in the last probably 5 years in the Housing Finance Authority, Cherie Gully and her team from Miami-Dade County's Housing Finance Authority will probably speak to this as well, or can speak to it. And I think that they would agree that even their design review committee that reviews all of the bond finance projects from the Miami-Dade Housing Finance Authority standpoint, they're coming in now, and the design on these buildings for affordable and workforce projects are creating no differentiation between a market level product and an affordable or attainable or workforce, whichever terminology one wants to use. There's no distinguished difference between the design of these buildings. They're coming out very much, I won't necessarily say architecturally significant, because I'm not that particular, I don't have that particular eye, but they certainly aren't differentiated buildings from a market level or market rate development that's just put out by a market rate developer and a developer that's doing affordable housing. So, and maybe that's, in a different time, we could actually go and drive and see some of these to give examples. But certainly I can give you a list of some, maybe you can just look online.
I applaud the diversity that this project implies. And I think it's going to be a plus for the city. And also add to our vibrancy. I think it's a great idea, and I just want to make sure it succeeds. That's all.
Absolutely, its location should allow it to succeed fairly well. And one additional thing I will tell you is that these buildings typically have higher occupancy levels than market rate buildings.
They're beautiful. It's a beautiful historic district. I mean, it really is. I lived there as a child, and my father had an apartment right on 20th Street, and it was a very interesting place. So anyway, I think that the city has done an amazing job keeping the historic nature of the neighborhood, and I'm sure that this project will do the same.
Absolutely. Any other questions from the board?
I'll have a closing comment. I look forward to the Byron Carlisle process moving forward as efficiently and as proficiently as I've seen this project here in Collins Park move forward with the tremendous community support. Again, same value, workforce housing tied to a cultural facility with ground floor activation. So it should be fairly easy to expect that we should see the same result in North Beach. Thank
That's
you.
include the demolition of the Byron Carlisle, correct, Daniel?
Yes, as you know, 8 years of commissioners and city studies have determined, it is impossible to cost effectively preserve, nor does the existence of the current building meet the town center plan for ground floor activation and resiliency of a future that can sustain, what we already know are a concern. So most certainly really looking forward to a beautiful contribution to the North End under the same economics that we're embracing this Collins Park project. Thank you.
So Daniel, you and I. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The demolition of that makes me a bit sad. I have a lot of good childhood memories that a lot of real good memories.
Well, with that, Daniel, you and I were thinking about the same thing. I had just two closing points, and one was I can't wait to see us do this in North Beach. So, Daniel, I'm with you on that. And then the second thing would be I would just want to note, and if the board would feel the same, I'd like to also forward, our support for some type of building permit review process that is one that puts this project at the top of the heap and gives it an accelerated review process. It should not be in a situation where it's going through the normal building review. I don't know if you put a little sticker on the plans or what, but it should have some special attention. So I don't know if that's something we can recommend to the commission to recommend down to the building department, but I hope that would be support for that kind of thing. Whether we have to do that formally here or not. So with that, do we have support?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark. First of all, you had me at hello in this project. I love it. I think it's great and it's well thought out. And again, I echo my comments. The combination of workforce housing and cultural activation is really just perfect for us. So with that, I'm going to move that we forward this. I guess it's with the development agreement to the city with a favorable recommendation and recommend approval of the lease. And also just, with the addition of what Kareem just said, if possible, to try to expedite the permitting of this project.
Okay, so we're going to take both motions. We're going to take them separately, but Mark has made a motion on both items. Do we have a second for both items?
I'll second it.
Okay.
And I'd like to add, I do agree on the review process. Do we want to do a separate resolution with a recommendation? I don't want to put it in as a lease term.
Yeah.
But I certainly feel that a 60-day review and comment period on all plans submitted, something specific to that extent is really what we need to recommend versus just a goodwill statement that, hey, let's expedite it. I think the delay is really when plans are submitted, how many days do all city departments have to review those plans and provide comments from the day of submittal?
Mark, are you okay with his amendment to your motion to specifically define it as 60 days, and we'll do that as a third motion?
I am.
Okay, so we'll take all three. We'll do them one at a time. So, Michael, let's call PB 20-0407, review of development agreement first.
Sure, and this will be the development agreement, the recommendation to the city commission. Mr. Milan made the motion for the recommendation, the favorable recommendation. Mr. Batia was the second. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Batia?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Berno?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, let's take
item.
Oh, go ahead, Michael. You take it from here.
Sure, sorry. The next is the approval of the lease and the recommendation for approval. Actually, the recommendation is for the planning board to approve the lease. Motion made by Mr. Milan, seconded by Mr. Batia. Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Batia?
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. And can you restate what the third motion was regarding the expediting of the permit process, Daniel?
So go ahead, then.
To put a 60-day comment period. So from the time that plans are submitted to the city has to turn those plans back around with either approval or comments through all departments within 60 days. I think that's a realistic expedited expectation. 30 days, I think, would be too aggressive. And I certainly don't recommend this be a lease term. I just feel it's something we need to urge the city to consider if you really want to fast track a project.
Mr. Chairman, my recommendation on that is that be a request of the different regulatory departments that have to review the project, because obviously the board can't set time limits on review of plans. So I would recommend that.
I agree.
Let's
be aspirational here.
But Nick, right. it's not the board setting. I disagree. It's not the board setting a timeline for an administrative function of the city. It's the board giving a recommendation that the city commission find a way to expedite this project within that given time period. So it's just a recommendation.
Okay.
So Michael, can we call the roll on that, please?
Sure. So Mr. Vitia made the motion. Was there a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. Well, Servitas City and all involved, City of Miami Ballet, good luck. We look forward to seeing a stellar project at the end. To David's comments, I'm sure it will look, feel, and operate fantastically well in the future. So thank you. Mr. Vice Chair. Is he there? Daniel?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, at about 12 o'clock, can I turn it over to you? I have something that I must do today. Unfortunately, it came up at the last minute. So I want to make sure that you'll be available to do that, please.
Yes, absolutely. No problem.
Okay. And if we run a little past 12, whenever the item that we're in the middle of, we'll just turn it over after that item.
All right. Thank you.
We're going to call Mr. Vitia Al Haig right now, I think.
What was that?
We're going to call Mr. Vitia Al Haig. He's in charge now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, but he's got to put the mask over his nose.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He's a mouth wearer? Is he a mouth wearer, David?
He's below the mouth wearer.
I didn't mind coming to the convention center, but I had no idea they were going to force us to also wear a mask, even though we're like 20 to 30 feet apart from each other.
An enclosed space.
Well, it was the walk from the car to, you can't, I don't know. It just, maybe the AC system, who knows? Who knows?
COVID lurks in weird places.
I'll be advocating for an outdoor park setting for our next in-quorum requirement.
I don't mind. I think we can rent a tent and have some, like the sports, the air-conditioned fans with a little mist, Tom, Michael, Nick. I mean, let's try to make it happen.
I'm not joking. I mean, we're right across the street from City Hall. There's a beautiful park.
You can have the virus spread around by a mist machine. It would be really cool.
I tried. All right. So with that, let's keep pace. Let's go to the next application, PB 20-0390, which is 1052 Ocean Drive, the Palace Bar and Restaurant.
Actually, I think, Mr. Chair, the next item
I'm sorry. Fairwind. I'm sorry. Item number 3, PB 19-0270. This is 1000 Collins Avenue, the Fairwind Hotel.
Thank you. And this is a continuation of the the revocation hearing that was previously set by the board. So just for some background again on this project, the CUP for a neighborhood impact establishment, including outdoor entertainment, was issued by the board on June 25th of 2019. Due to violations, the board scheduled a revocation modification hearing initially for January 28th of this year. The color-coded summary on page 2 of the staff report provides the list of planning board, code compliance, and special master actions since the CUP was initially approved by the board on June 25th of last year. The last substantive discussion for the revocation modification hearing took place at the January 28th, 2020 meeting. At that time, there were numerous cases that had been appealed and were pending before the special master hearing, which was February 13th of 2020. The planning board continued the revocation modification hearing to March 24th for the appealed cases to be processed and the results provided back to the board. On February 13th of this year, the special master reviewed the 7 violations cases for the property, upholding 2 noise violations and a CUP violation regarding the roll-up doors. Exhibit A in the staff report includes the special master action and the agreed order. Exhibit B provides the details of the violations issued by code compliance that were upheld by the special master. Due to COVID-19, the revocation modification hearing has been continued successively to a date certain of today. Although a time gap exists between the current hearing and the agreed order, staff believes that the operator has not taken the necessary steps to ensure that the outdoor entertainment component is in full compliance with the conditions of the CUP. After the special master agreed order was rendered, additional noise violations have been issued to the property, which have also been appealed to the special master. Exhibit C in the staff report provides the details of these violations issued after the special master agreed order was issued. The last violation includes excessive noise from the rooftop, and the CUP expressly prohibits music that would interfere with normal conversation at all times on the rooftop. Additionally, given the proximity of residential and hotel uses in the area, the continued use of the outdoor spaces for entertainment purposes creates too much potential conflict for future quality of life issues. As such, and considering the special master upholding 3 of the numerous violations related to noise violations and CUP violations, staff recommends that the board revoke the applicant's approval for outdoor entertainment. Because the authorization for indoor entertainment in the basement would remain and a total occupancy load on the property exceeds 199, the neighborhood impact establishment approval would still be required and the board would retain jurisdiction over the property. And I don't know if we have representatives from the Fairwind on the line to speak to the recommendations that the planning department has provided.
Wow.
I don't see anybody waiting to speak, but do we have a phone call in or something?
Well, Michael, real quick, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, in June of 2019, we approved this one that's kind of a U-shaped and has a courtyard. We approved the outdoor entertainment in the courtyard. It's also adjacent to a big residential building on Collins Avenue. Am I right?
Yes, it's adjacent to a senior housing project.
1040 Collins, does that sound right?
Yes, about that, yes.
Yeah, so I'll be interested to hear what they say, but I think we've been incredibly patient with these folks, and unless I hear something different, I'm very comfortable revoking.
Well, I think
you might not have to do anything. They may not show up.
Which in itself is quite unbelievable that they're not here for this hearing and not represented by counsel for such a serious matter. I just want to clarify what we're doing today is agreeing to set a hearing for revocation, or today can we actually take action?
Right. We're recommending today that you take action. The board set the revocation modification hearing for January 28th initially, and it has been continued to certain dates due to COVID-19 successively. We have recommended continuance for the prior revocation hearings because entertainment was pretty much not allowed citywide due to the pandemic. So we felt there was no reason for the board to take action on the revocation hearing since they couldn't operate with that level of entertainment anyway. But now that things have more opened up, we believe that it is appropriate to take action now, especially because we have seen recent violations on the property. We are basing our recommendation based upon the violations that were upheld by the special master.
Okay, so two things come to mind. That one, I'm not going to concern myself too much with, but the fact the applicant isn't here, I just want to make sure the city, legal-wise, feels confident this is properly noticed and that the applicant's aware and doesn't have grounds to appeal any actions we're taking today, because it's extremely odd not to have them present, specifically via Zoom, where it's so easy to attend. The second question is, am I revoking the complete CUP or am I amending the CUP? Am I requiring them by revoking the entire CUP to stop all activities and reapply, or am I modifying the existing CUP to take away the entertainment component and impose other conditions?
So on the second question, our recommendation is not a revocation of the CUP. It's a modification of the CUP to revoke the outdoor entertainment component. Because they are a neighborhood impact establishment, revoking that would require them to substantially reduce their operation, including elimination of the indoor entertainment component, and provide an occupancy below 199. So we're not recommending that. We are just recommending that the board modify the CUP to revoke the approval for outdoor entertainment. They still can have, background level music in the courtyard for dining. They can have their entertainment component enclosed in the basement level, and they're still subject to the jurisdiction of the planning board because the overall occupancy is over 199, and that constitutes a neighborhood impact establishment. Maybe Nick can answer the question regarding, since the applicant is not here today, if that is an issue with the board taking action on the application.
And before you answer that, Nick,
go ahead.
Before you answer that, is Mitch here to speak on behalf of of the applicant?
Mitch is likely a member of the public on this item, but Michael, do you know?
Sure. Mitch is a member of the public. He's not here to speak in terms of on behalf of the applicant that I'm aware of.
Okay, go ahead, Nick, with the question.
So I guess the first question, and by the way, Daniel, it's a great question. The first question would be for staff. Was have we checked to make sure that notice was provided to the applicant of this hearing?
Well, I did. I was in contact with Ralph Andrade prior to the September meeting. The September meeting, the board did take action and continue to a date certain of today. I have not contacted the applicant or the representative since the September meeting, but we did. We did repost the site, and it was advertised on online, and I believe we did include it in our newspaper notice for the November meeting.
And how was the September item noticed? Was it noticed as a hearing to modify or revoke the CUP?
Yeah, the September meeting was a continuation of the revocation hearing. The board initially approved scheduled the revocation modification hearing for January, was continued till March. The March meeting was canceled, and then it was continued to the next available date, at which time the board did as soon as the board could take action and meet on the item, the board did continue it successively to future dates.
Okay, if that's the case, then notice would. Go ahead, Michael.
I'm sorry, Nick, I just want to say, the only other recommendation that you may want to make is that rather than revoking it entirely, suspending the outdoor entertainment component for 30 or 60 days to give the applicant a chance to come back to the board at that time if the board wishes.
No, I most certainly think you got it right the first time. This is a bad idea from the start, in my opinion, and I would only like to further discuss with the board the CUP. There's an entertainment component for the 1020 restaurant, and there was a concern with these doors not coming down. So I wasn't clear because I don't have the full application in front of me as far as the layout of the restaurant, but was there an indoor component of entertainment that required them to put down certain doors at a certain time so that the indoor component can continue outside of the basement venue?
No, so I'll answer that question, Daniel. It's a good question. So the violation for the roll-up doors was more related to a code issue. The roll-up doors are containing a bar counter. So when those roll-up doors are open, it is in effect an outdoor bar counter. The code requires that outdoor bar counters, when adjacent to a residential property, must close or cease to operate after 8 p.m. So there was a condition in the planning board order that said after 8 o'clock, those roll down doors must be closed, so it is no longer an outdoor bar counter. That's the reason for that requirement. Even if that condition was not in the planning board order and the doors were open, that would be a violation of the requirements to cease operation of an outdoor bar counter adjacent to a residential unit at 8 o'clock.
And is that the case here? Were they not rolling down those doors as required by code?
Right. One of the violations that was upheld is for the roll-up doors. They were open after 8 o'clock.
And how about, Michael, do you remember before June of 2019, when we approved the outdoor component, Daniel brought up this issue, were there other issues with the CUP, or was it being complied with at that time?
Well, the violations started almost immediately after the CUP was issued.
After the CUP generally, or the outdoor piece?
They didn't start operating. They started operating just before their application for the CUP. So that the business was not in operation for very long before they applied and were issued the CUP for outdoor entertainment and for a neighborhood impact establishment. It was very soon after the board issued the CUP, the violations were issued. The first one was for actually not having a BTR, and then for not having the entertainment component on their BTR. So there were several violations issued for that at the beginning. And then on page 2 of our report, you can see the numerous violations that we provided, color coding to make it easier to understand the timeline.
But you're not recommending anything beyond the outdoor entertainment component at this moment?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? And maybe I think we're getting some feedback. So could the other board members that are in the convention center place themselves on mute?
Yeah, I think that's you, Daniel.
I'm sorry, Michael. Can you?
I'm on mute.
Yeah, okay, great. I think I just once again want to be clear about what you're recommending. It sounds like you're not recommending anything beyond the outdoor component that we approved in June of 19. That's what you want to revoke.
That's correct. That's
modify correct. To take away that approval.
Right. Their indoor entertainment the approval for indoor entertainment would remain, and their approval for a neighborhood impact establishment would remain. The only difference would be the board would be removing their the authorization to allow them to have outdoor entertainment in the courtyard.
Right.
And I support revoking the outdoor entertainment. I also want to force this applicant to come back in front of us. There's 2 other components to entertainment. One is this restaurant with the address of 1020. Again, don't have the plan, so I can't remember what level of indoor entertainment, but I'm allowing indoor entertainment until 5 a.m. And then there's reference to a basement venue. I would welcome the opportunity to suspend that indoor entertainment until this applicant presents himself in front of us to account and explain what's going on with their operations. I don't want to just simply allow them to continue entertaining, providing entertainment. That's a privilege, not a right, that we need to understand how and why this is happening. I don't know if my board members agree or if someone from staff can tell me what the 1020 is.
All right, Dan, I think we do have a representative for the Fairwind on the line now, Ralph Andrade.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, we'll be happy to hear from him.
Mr. Chairman, I'll set the timer at well, what would you like me to set the timer at? 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, let's give them 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
You see me, hear me? Okay, I guess see me or hear me. Okay, so first of all, I saw the item listed under the continued items, and I guess for the last 6 or 7 meetings, the item has been continued as a matter of course, and I believe that was going to continue as well today. Apparently, the board is seeking to move forward. You know, I did not believe it was going to go forward. I would respectfully request, now that I know the board is seeking to move forward on this item, if you could please roll it over to next month's meeting so that we can be fully prepared to discuss whatever issues or concerns the board has.
Well, let me ask you something, Ralph. What's going to happen? And I understand about preparation, but what is going to change between now and then, aside from preparation? I'm just asking the question so I can be clear.
Well, I can certainly have my client, you know, join the call as well to explain the operation, the ongoing operations, how they've operated, you know, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Any issues that are outstanding that have been resolved. And unfortunately, he is not accessible to me at this point. So it's a little hard to go through the process. And again, I guess I apologize for assuming that it was going to get continued. I saw it I've been tracking it every month. I've, you know, spoken to Mr. Belush probably every month with the exception of this one. And every time I call to make sure it's going to be continued, you know, he said it is. I know it's always subject to the board's discretion, but certainly was not anticipating that the item would be moving forward today. And I would please
Mr. Andrade, do you have a comment about, I think Michael Belush's fundamental reason here is related to special master findings. Are you familiar with those, and can you speak to those?
My understanding is that there are a number of special master cases which are pending appeal. I don't believe there have been any adjudications, and I did not hear Mr. Belush's presentation. I just jumped on whenever Michael announced me. So, Mr. Belush, did I miss something? Has there been an adjudication that I'm unaware of? As far as I know, whatever violations have been issued are under appeal and awaiting hearing from the special master.
Sure. So, hey, Ralph, there was a hearing by the special master on February 13th regarding 7 citations. 3 of those were upheld, including 2 noise violations and a violation of the CUP. The other 4 were dismissed. And we did include, if you look online for this item, the staff report includes different exhibits. And one of those exhibits is the agreed order from the special master outlining the cases. And then there's another exhibit outlining the details of the code cases that were upheld by the special master.
And that was when?
That was the special master meeting hearing from February of this year.
Of 6 or 7 months ago.
Yes.
So, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, that I was aware of. I thought we were talking about some other cases that might have been pending. And I guess, look, they have taken action since those violations were issued and you know, upheld by the special master to make those corrections. And I think everyone was sort of traveling under the assumption that essentially the COVID-19 shutdown was sort of serving as a dual or de facto revocation of their entertainment since they weren't allowed to operate. You know, now that things are starting to open back up, to shut them down again, since they've technically, been shut down under all the various curfews and operational orders, both from the county and the city of Miami Beach. seems a bit harsh. They're just trying to get their legs under them now and recover from the financial harm that the pandemic has caused. And we would appreciate really any leeway that the board sees fit or appropriate. And again, with respect to improvements or corrections that have been made since the special master's findings, at this point, I guess 7 months ago, I would please, ask the board to allow my client the opportunity to make those presentations to the board as to what corrections were made and hopefully alleviate the board's concerns.
Michael, I have a question. Am I reading this correctly? In July, during the pandemic, there was a noise violation that's out on appeal for this location?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Ralph, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Ralph from the board before we close with him? Okay, Ralph, thank you very much. We're going to just turn it over and let our board discuss the item.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
I think
there are a few members of the public.
Yes, let's go to Mitch first, please.
Okay, and Mitch, before you begin, I'd just like to swear you in. Can you say whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It will be the truth. Thank you, Nick. Mitch Novick. I reside at 9th and Collins Avenue. I own the Sherbrooke Hotel. I once lodged a complaint to this establishment. I clearly heard their pool music from my home. Code came and indicated it was not a violation because with my windows and doors closed, the sound was at a minimal. But with the windows and doors open, it was loud and clear. I support staff's position. I believe the open air entertainment component should be revoked. And moreover, it's this type of noise from this establishment or particularly others on Ocean Drive, which I firmly believe, and I believe the facts show, that fuels the chaos and circus atmosphere on our streets. Just last week on 10th and Collins, some fellow was stabbed in his abdominal section. There was a shooting, same location a few nights later. 2 weeks ago on 9th and Collins, my video cameras captured some poor guy getting sucker punched. He was knocked unconscious. Police came, made a perimeter, which was there for hours later. Fortunately, he survived. And weirdly, he was arrested the following when he got out of the ICU. So I think the larger issue is to have and address my concerns with open air entertainment. It is what fuels the chaos on the streets. And moreover, one last thing I would like to add: in August through December of 2017, the mayor and commission removed the special interest noise exemption on Ocean Drive. What I noticed immediately was vehicular noise ceased. Fights and brawls did not happen for those 4 months outside of my property. And when the noise exemption was put back into what was allowed by these businesses, it was met with chaos. A woman put her foot through a passenger window of a BMW, and some poor guy was shot in an alley on Espanola Way. Noise attracts noise, and is what fuels the spring break atmosphere chaos on our streets. Thanks again, folks.
Mr. Novick, could I ask you a quick question? The pool, you said noise was coming from the pool. Is that a rooftop pool?
Yes.
And Michael Belush, how does that relate to the overall CUP? I know we're talking about outdoor live music. It doesn't have any pool component.
Sure. So the rooftop pool has a requirement that music cannot exceed normal conversation level. So in terms of what Mitch had commented on, it's true, although it may not have been a violation of the noise ordinance, what he called upon, there would have been a violation of the CUP since they're not authorized to have any entertainment on the rooftop or music that's above normal conversation at any time.
And Mr. Novick, are you directly across the street or down a block? Where are you?
I'm a block away. I'm on the corner of.
A block away, and you could hear the rooftop noise from the rooftop swimming pool.
I have an unobstructed view. I can see and hear.
Okay.
What
and there was, and just to clarify, there was a violation issued. There was a violation issued for that. I'm not sure if it's for Mitch's call or for another call, but we do have on record that a violation was issued regarding the music at the rooftop level, and that violation has also been appealed to Special Master.
This brings us back to Daniel's suggestion, which I'm prepared to support, that we include as a part of what action we take today, requiring them to come back and speak about the overall CUP, as well as revocation of the outdoor entertainment component.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's take Daniel before we not our Daniel, but I think there's a Daniel waiting there. Let me get the last name. Ciraldo.
Yes, thank you, board members. My name, and do I need to be sworn in?
Yes.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. So my name is Daniel Ciraldo, and I'm speaking today as a resident of the Flamingo Park Art Deco District. On behalf of this item, this is an issue that has been chronic, and it's spreading as far as the noise in the carnival-like circus that Mitch has described over many years. Miami Beach or the Art Deco District, people don't necessarily come here to hear loud noise. I know there's a contingent of people that do. But, generally the type of tourists we want to attract are those that, want to follow the law and hear each other having a conversation, not having crazy parties and breaking rules. So to the extent that this property owner has been breaking the rules, I think it is important that the city send a strong message of enforcement and not let this spread, because it's clear that this sort of business and this sort of tourism, especially in time of COVID, is just not going to be sustainable. And so I think as part of elevating the overall district and making it more quality of life, protecting the quality of life, we've got to do something to send a message that, these people have to follow the rules. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Daniel. Let's go to Peter. Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're getting a little feedback, but let's try to see what we can do. Go ahead.
Under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth,
Can you hear me?
the truth, and nothing but
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. And Peter,
Okay.
We're going to have our city attorney swear you in.
My building is right on the corner.
Wait, one
of
second,
Collins.
Peter.
Yes.
1 second. Let our city attorney swear you in first.
Okay.
swear under oath that any and all testimony that you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay. The precedent set by approving, when you approve this, unfortunately, you have a chance now to rescind your approval for outdoor entertainment, is a precedent that will threaten all of Collins Avenue. And it's because this is the only one, the first one you ever approved. So they don't have to have outdoor entertainment to be successful. They had a chance to be a successful restaurant right after the opening, after the virus. But they didn't. They didn't operate as a restaurant. It was never opened as a restaurant, while some on Ocean Drive are making more money now than before the virus as restaurants with very little music. And so they didn't even make an attempt to run their operation as a restaurant. So they claimed when they came to you to ask for the approval, they claimed that they were going to run as a restaurant only. According to what they told you. and you listened to them and you approved it. But that's not what they're doing. They're attempting, in my opinion, they're setting themselves up to compete with Ocean Drive. If you make them a restaurant by rejecting this, what you did before, not approving anymore these outdoor entertainment operations anywhere on Collins Avenue, because you're going to turn Collins Avenue into another Ocean Drive. Buildings are across the street from each other. The main permitted uses are apartments, hotels, and apartment hotels, all through from 5th to 15th. Just look at the buildings. My building was built in 1941 as an apartment hotel. The Essex House itself has two buildings right one next to the other. One is a hotel, the other used to be an apartment building. Same thing with the Fairwind. Historically, it was an apartment building next to a hotel. So they're all the four corners on 10th and Collins are apartment hotels. So you have to be consistent with the zoning, which is MXC, that was designed to encourage renovation, rehabilitation of apartments and hotels. And that's not going to happen if you place an outdoor club, basically, which is what this will end up being, in the middle of the street on Collins, next to low-income housing on top of that, on top of everything. So if you go with the staff recommendation, I will thank you for it, and it will be the best decision you can make to save the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Let's see. I think we have Tal. You want to speak?
Hi, Tal. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I don't know.
Yes. Hi. How are you? I'm sorry. I joined a little bit late just because.
Wait, one second. One second. Give me your full name.
Tal Alone. I'm from the Fairwind.
Okay. So you're here to speak on the.
You did.
I'm sorry, Tal. Say again.
I'm calling from the Fairwind. I'm speaking on behalf of the Fairwind. I don't know if I'm supposed to be speaking now or I should be speaking later.
What is your position there, sir?
I joined a little bit late because I was under the impression.
What is your position there, sir?
Wait, one second.
I'm the general manager of the hotel.
One second. Let's put you on the oath before you answer all these questions. Nick, go ahead and give him his oath, please.
Chairman, Tal, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Now go ahead and tell us what your position is.
I'm the general manager of the hotel.
Okay, we'll give you 3 minutes. Go ahead.
So I'm also here with Yedidia Buchwald. He's the owner of the hotel. I don't know if he also needs to be sworn in.
If he intends to speak, he does.
But basically, okay. I guess I'll do the speaking. I think since our last hearing, which was about, I believe in February, we had this condition that we were going to be, have these conditions that if we had another violation that, our license would be revoked. I believe since then, obviously COVID has happened and it's been a quite difficult for all the hotels and restaurants in the area. We were shut down for 2.5 months. For the most part, we followed all the rules. We had one incident where, it wasn't on the rooftop specifically. It was on the pool deck that the music was left on. We do have speakers up on the pool deck, which is allowed according to, our operational plan that was left on at night. We did receive a violation for that. Someone called and it was turned off right away. But outside of that, we haven't received any violations. We have been following all the rules. Our music has been at a very low level. We haven't even had a DJ since February. And just reality and with the economy of things, this would absolutely crush us going into season to to, have more restrictive operations than, on top of what COVID has done to us. When speaking to our attorneys, we would like to suggest perhaps that we can have an opportunity to present a modified operational plan at the next meeting to be reviewed and see if that's something that, maybe we can adjust and not have as many issues as we've had in the past.
Sure. Tal, can you speak to the July 15th violation? I know it's out on appeal. Maybe you don't want to talk about it, but if you do, what were the circumstances on that particular one?
The July 15th, I believe, was the rooftop one. Is that correct?
I don't have it in front of me exactly.
Yes,
but
yes.
I believe
that's correct.
Right. So the July 15th again was our restaurant wasn't even open. Nothing was open. It was the bar wasn't open. The hotel was barely occupied. I mean, the violation stemmed from we do have a rooftop pool and we have speakers up by the pool. Our pool attendant conveniently forgot to turn off the music as they closed the pool. It was, I believe, 8:30 p.m. The pool, I think at sundown then was like 7:30 or whatever. And they simply just forgot to turn off the music on the rooftop. Again, our restaurant, the bar, everything was closed. It was just the rooftop speakers were left on, and we had I guess someone called in, and code compliance came and issued us a violation for that. But again, we were again, after the hotel was closed for 2.5 months, we did lose a lot of employees. So, we were in the process of retraining people, and we up until that point, we were very strict on our staff in terms of all the rules. With the 2.5 month shutdown of hotels, we had a lot of new people, and again, it was really just a fluke of a situation. Forgot, part of the normal operating procedures is that they shut down, turn off the music when they close the pool. But we can show camera footage or what else that needs to be. That again, the restaurant wasn't even open. Nothing was open, and our hotel was probably like 25% occupied at the time, and no one was at the pool. It just the music got left on by mistake.
Okay. All right. Do we have any more questions for the party in question?
One other thing that maybe I can suggest, if just concerning the pool, is perhaps as part of a modified operational plan, we can set our pool speakers to automatically turn on and off, based off sunset or whatever time it gets dark.
Okay, thank you, Tal. So we appreciate your time. So seeing no others from the public wanting to speak on the item, we're going to close the opportunity for the public to speak on the item, and then we'll deliberate between the board on the item.
Yep. I have a few comments, but I'm happy to go last. I've been speaking a lot, so.
Go for it, sir.
Can you tell I'm smiling under this mask? Yeah, I'm laughing underneath the mask.
I can see it in your eyes.
Oh, you can. Okay. So this is one of those situations. I think we work so hard to make good decisions that support our business community and also are resident friendly. I remember this approval very well. I remember the owner's assurances that they were making a significant investment, and they had made a significant investment, and they really needed this outdoor entertainment to kind of round out what they were doing. I remember having significant reservations because I have a lot of friends who live at 1040 Collins, and because of the comment, I mean, like Mr. Zabo said, you know, introducing outdoor entertainment into the Collins area. So I think the violations are pretty egregious, and I think 7 at am I right, Michael Belush? 7 at the special master, then, and that's pre-COVID, right? That's pre-pandemic.
Right. All those violations were done before February 13th. There were 7 violations that were reviewed. 3 were upheld and 4 were dismissed as part of the agreed order.
Right. So I just think this is an operator that, you know, as Daniel pointed out, board member Vatia pointed out earlier, I think outdoor entertainment is a privilege. Maybe Michael, you said that as well, not a right. And I'm going to vote today to follow staff's recommendations, and I appreciate staff being so vigilant. It's really important that operators respect the CUP, and I think we've been incredibly patient with this applicant, and I think it's time to start moving in the other direction, and hopefully that will get their attention.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So can we talk about the CUP and exactly how we're modifying it? Because the CUP is going to stay in effect, and I see what staff attached and what you removed. We're still giving them the opportunity to keep their pool deck open until 5 a.m. So they're still open for business. What we're not allowing is the entertainment component at an outdoor level. So I do think we're giving them the opportunity to still have their business plan in place, just not that entertainment level. And for us to clarify, does this mean that they will not be able to have ambient level music at the pool deck?
Right now, the CUP allows ambient level music at the pool deck, but the pool deck is only open to hotel guests. The pool deck is not for the general public, and they are limited to ambient background music.
Courtyard. I meant courtyard. My apologies.
So the courtyard now allows entertainment till 5 a.m. This would modify the CUP to remove entertainment completely from any outdoor component of the property.
Will they be able to have music at an ambient level?
Correct. Yes, they can have ambient level background music in the courtyard. Correct.
And I think that's appropriate. And I think that they can still have the capacity of guests within their business. They can still serve drinks till 5 a.m. They can still have ambient mood music available for their guests till 5 a.m. I think that's a significant privilege to be able to do that. And I do agree that it's time to restrict that outdoor entertainment component for such a large courtyard surrounded in a residential area. I will make the motion.
David, you were
going
to speak?
Yes, I'd like to say something. The establishment has exhibited a complete disregard for the wishes of this board and the community. And I also believe that Mr. Seraldo's argument about Collins Avenue and the area being moving closer to what's happening on Ocean Drive is not helpful to us. So I support revoking the outdoor entertainment privilege.
Asa, do you want to say anything on the item?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Mark?
I think it's been said. I mean, I echo what my fellow board members said. That's a broken record right now. We've heard this same thing over and over again, yet totally disrespecting this board, the city, the citizens, and frankly, it gets offensive. And I support the revocation that's before us right now. And Asa, can you see?
All right. So with that, Daniel, I concur. Daniel, you want to go ahead and move it?
I support staff's recommendation to proceed with the modification of the CUP as identified in our package.
I'll second.
All right, Michael.
Okay, the motion was made by Mr. Vitia, seconded by Mr. Barano. Do the roll call. Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milland?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
So the motion passes 7-0 to revoke the outdoor component of the entertainment of the CUP. One last question. Would the board like to set the progress report or continue a progress report for next month or the following month for the overall CUP?
Next month.
Yeah, personally, I don't think I need to. I think my biggest concern is that entertainment component. I don't think next month is enough. If you want, I would recommend you bring them back if there's a violation issued or in 90 days. But I suspect the applicant's going to want to submit a request for this board for entertainment on the pool deck. I'm sure that's what they plan to do. Either way, if this ever comes back to the board, can you make sure it includes the detailed plans for the venue overall so that we have a better opportunity to understand the different components and how they're relayed and what hours are operating and so on.
How about a 90? Would the board be comfortable with a 90-day progress report or not at all?
I don't think it's needed, but I do agree with Daniel and the applicant's attorney proffered that they were going to, or the applicant himself, I guess he was the general manager, proffered that they were going to look at a revised operating plan anyhow. So I'm not.
So we leave it up to the applicant or staff as to whether they come back.
I agree with that. I agree with that. Just let them worry about it after, since they violated the conditions of our original permissions. Let them worry about when they come back again.
Okay, so we will bring them back to the board if new violations are issued for the property.
Yes.
That works for me.
All right. So let's go to the, unless any further on readiness, let's move to the next item, which is the Palace Bar and Restaurant Planning Board item 20-039. Wait, before I do that, Michael, is there any? We're going to be fine on item 8, right? We will have the quorum that we need, right? The 4 people in person. That's what it is.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's go with Planning Board item 20-0390. 1052 Ocean Drive, the Palace Bar and Restaurant.
Okay, this next application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment with an outdoor entertainment establishment with an occupant content in excess of 200 persons. Specifically, the applicant's requesting to expand the operations to both the rooftop pool deck and the neighboring building to the north. The Palace obtained a conditional use approval from the Planning Board on February 27th of 2018 for a bar and restaurant with indoor and outdoor entertainment with a total occupancy load of 199 persons, plus a sidewalk cafe with 30 seats. The Palace is now proposing to expand to the building located to the north, both inside and outside, as well as to the rooftop of the existing building. Entertainment is proposed for all areas, both inside and out, similar to the current operations. The total occupancy would be increased from 199 to 440 persons. In our report, staff did note some concerns with the potential impact from the outdoor entertainment proposed at the rooftop to the neighboring hotels and residential buildings, including the residents and hotel guests on the same property. In addition, the previously approved certificate of appropriateness, as we noted in our report, includes very specific conditions on outdoor entertainment for the rooftop that will require an amendment as an application to the Historic Preservation Board. And that amendment will be required prior to the issuance, provided that the Planning Board approves the CUP today. That amended application will have to be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Board prior to the issuance of a VTR for the expanded use of the rooftop pool deck. For those reasons, staff is proposing to limit the hours of operations, access to the general public, and limitations on the sound level for the music and entertainment for this rooftop level. To minimize the impact on Ocean Drive with the additional outdoor entertainment and the potential impact on pedestrian flow on the sidewalk, staff is recommending limiting the area for the outdoor entertainment that is proposed on the ground floor to the neighboring building to the north side. The table on pages 9 to 10 of the staff report details the areas of the venue, along with the applicant's proposal and staff's recommendation. We are concerned with potential impacts on pedestrian safety and flow along Collins Avenue, and are recommending that the small terrace with tables facing Ocean Drive be prohibited as an area for outdoor entertainment and performance uses, and such performances be limited to the area inside on the building to the north, as well as on the outdoor area in between their current operations and the building to the north. As part of the applicant's presentation, they will be recommending changes to our recommendations for approval. And we can discuss with the board after the presentation and after any public comment regarding any changes to our recommendation that may be warranted. And at this point, I'd like to open it up to, I think we have James Rao on the line.
Yes, sir.
To provide a presentation for the Palace.
Good morning. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Honorable Chair and board members, for hearing our application today. I'm James Rao with Greenspoon Martyr, office at 600 Brickell Avenue. With me today are my colleague, Adrian Noto, the project architect, Jennifer McConney, our sound consultant, Sam Troyer, and our client, Tom Donnell, who is the sole owner and operator of the Palace. I believe Tom is the only one that from our team that will speak in addition to me. Try to keep this brief so we can finish before the chair needs to leave. As a brief intro, the Palace has been operating for approximately 32 years, previously in another location at 1200 Ocean Drive. And in addition to providing a unique food and entertainment venue to locals and tourists, it also serves to bring people to Ocean Drive to see our city's historic structures and has been a beacon for the LGBT community. So it's become somewhat of a cultural institution, which I think makes it unique in comparison to other restaurants and entertainment venues. We are here really because Tom, our client, took a risk by investing in Ocean Drive when the restaurant next door became available during COVID, which I'll tell you was not an easy decision or process. He did that because he's committed to what Palace provides to Ocean Drive and the community, and because he had a landlord who's a major stakeholder on Ocean Drive that saw the value in what Palace brings to this historic district. What we're seeking in this application is the following. As to the existing Palace approved by this board already, we're not seeking any change to that operation. So under our proposal, all of your conditions previously imposed would stay in place unchanged. What our application does seek to add are the two contiguous spaces to the existing Palace. They are the adjacent existing ground floor restaurant space to the north, formerly known as La Baguette, and the condo hotel rooftop. The two areas we're seeking to include are already existing with approvals to operate independently on their own. So we are, in essence, connecting these spaces that are contiguous to the Palace as it exists today. The rooftop is operated for the benefit of the unit owners of the condominium building, which it provides a food and beverage amenity to those owners and their guests. But the parties realized that they also needed to implement some of the Palace operations at that rooftop to make the business viable. So we're seeking to do that and allow some entertainment in the form of a DJ and limited shows. As an example of how this would be used, it would be happy hour with light bites, corporate events potentially. But the rooftop is very unique because it serves the condo hotel owners and their guests. he is there in operation with them. It has the Palace as the operator, of course, to establish an operation that has a track record and a history of operating in compliance with the laws and regulations. And there are going to be strict limits on the hours of operation. And in addition, you, of course, have a progress report to occur within 90 days, which of course, you could add to that or even make it less if you wanted to have a tighter leash. The adjacent ground floor restaurant space, there's no request to increase the sound volume as a result of that venue being added. It's a restaurant today. It will continue to be a restaurant. So only thing we're seeking there is indoor entertainment, and outdoor is to allow the drag show to continue over into a very limited area between the two spaces, and also the area that Michael Belush mentioned is a very narrow 50-foot strip between the chairs on private property on Ocean Drive, not even at the Sidewalk Cafe, but at the private property side, between those chairs and the building itself. A very narrow strip, and it's essentially for the performers to go from the main show area to walk over there and walk back. It's not like a main show area or anything like that, and that's why we believe this won't present an issue with regard to the items that the staff indicated in their report. We're happy to report that the Ocean Drive Association and the Condo Association within the building itself have both tendered letters of support for the application, which are in the city's file. And as Michael mentioned, your staff, professional staff, has recommended approval with conditions, which we appreciate. But we do have some requested revisions to those recommended conditions, which are really necessary in order to make the business viable. Some of those we've talked to the staff about. I think we're in agreement on a couple of those changes. If it pleases the chair, I'd like to let our client, Tom, talk briefly and then go over our request for those revisions. And I also want to reserve some time to respond to any public comments.
Sure, go ahead.
Tom.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to swear in Mr. Donnell.
Hello.
Is he on the line?
Me?
Yep.
Hi. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, Palace has been around for a long period of time. And, I took over the space next door to expand. Palace has been growing since we've moved, and, much marketing and putting everything together. And, the drag queens, we're just asking to go, over that area. They're going to be going several different areas and moving. They're not going to stay in that area in La Baguette. They'll be moving from there to the common space between us, and then also, the original space of the Palace. So I would ask, it's very important that, me taking over that space to be able to give those people some of the show on that area over there, because they took a lot to take this space over in the middle of COVID and, expanding the Palace. And I believe that, we've had a good run. I've respected the city and decisions they've made in the past. And, I really would appreciate if you would let the girls go over there, to give them a little part of the show too, because we're expanding over to that side, and then also their, the common space. Also, in the rooftop, we'd like to be able to have minimal, activity up there. In different times, we're looking into doing, like maybe if we do an Art Basel event, we're planning on actually this year doing a art presentation up there, and just from different events, and then having some happy hour and, earlier events. So for say parties up there that, it's more background music for the guests and the people that come for the corporate parties and you know, the people that are staying in the hotel. There's 4 buildings there in the hotel, and there's a parking lot behind us. So I'd like to get that from 9 o'clock to 12 or 11:30, because the show at Palace goes from 7 to 11:30 down below. So that's where I'd like to be on the rooftop. And then also, I really appreciate you guys considering letting the girls go on the other side for the investment I'm doing in expansion of the Palace, so that those people get some of the show. And again, they'll be moving from place to place. They're not going to be in that front of La Baguette the whole time. It's going to be from the side to there to the other side. So, and as far as, you know, the sidewalk, you know, we have a good system set up. You know, Ocean Drive is also going to be changed for the future, but we have a good setup for the security and keeping people flowing. And again, they're not going to be in that same spot, you know, for a long period of time. It's just going to be a short period from one side to the other side to the back. So that's what I'd like to have.
Donald, can I ask you a couple, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask a couple of follow-up questions, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
So, Mr. Donald, do you visualize the shows initiating from the new space on the first level, or is it basically just the entertainers will have more freedom to cover a wider area? Because you have a bigger area, will you have more entertainers, more shows? Could you describe in more detail what you visualize there?
Oh, exactly what you're saying. They're just going to be going over to that side. It's going to start in the main area, but they're going to be going over there for the customers. So it's not where, you know, the shows are going to be in front of La Baguette starting there. It starts in the main area and they just move around.
Okay, so no change there. And if I recall, that first floor area, there's an outdoor space and an indoor space. Would they? I mean, it's just basically an expansion of the area where the entertainer covers. Is that? There's nothing more to it than that.
Yeah, there's just an extension. There's no more to it. There's no added speakers. There's nothing there. Basically, it's just so the girls can go over there and collect their money and do a little show for them, and they come around because the common space, we're very close to each other, and so we have that common space and also the front. Yes,
of course, and you're not requesting anything like that on the rooftop. The rooftop, and I have a question for Mr. Rao, possibly. The state of play there where you are is this cabaret zone, 2-block cabaret zone that is, louder, and so my question for Mr. Rao is how many other rooftops are activated within that 2-block area, and how could you describe it in a little more detail, Mr. Donald, what you plan to do up on the roof? I heard some of your comments. But obviously rooftop noise travels extensively and easily. What can you tell us about that?
Well, let me, if you will, Mr. Chair, if I could just respond briefly. I'm not aware of every rooftop venue that's activated in the area. I don't believe there are many. This is something that's highly regulated. Which of course, the reason before the board. In addition, not only did we have our own sound study commissioned to make sure that there would be no adverse impact on the surrounding properties, but the city's peer reviewer also reviewed that. And what we would also suggest, and I didn't get to this because it would be in the conditions, but is coming back to conduct a pre-opening field test with the planning staff to their satisfaction to ensure that there's no adverse impact on the surrounding properties. And their sound consultant has suggested some more tests which is fine with us. We don't want an operation that's going to adversely impact anybody, whether they're near, far, or otherwise. So we're
I'm
very
not
happy.
I'm not suggesting that that's your intent at all. In fact, you guys, I think, have a great track record since we issued the CUP a few years ago. But how many people at any given time would you imagine up on the rooftop?
It's a fairly limited area. I'm gonna get that number.
And Mr. Donald, did I hear you say you're proposing 11:30 on the rooftop, closing operations on the rooftop? Is that what I heard you say?
Well, we'd like to, I mean, as far as the sound, I mean, I'd like to go to midnight, but the showdown on the lower level is over, between 11:30 to quarter to 12, depending on how things run. But that's how it is down on the main level. So we'd like the same on the upper level, if that's possible. And then also Clevelander's right next to us. They're one building over, and they have a rooftop with music until 5 o'clock.
Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, is that the only within the 2 blocks? Is that the only?
I think the Dream Hotel behind the Versace mansion, I think they have music too, because I've heard music over there too at different times. I think they have a rooftop, so we're in the middle of between the 2 of them.
Okay. And you are or you are not proposing music on the rooftop? To what? I mean,
the proposal, and just to answer the first question, the rooftop venue is a 49-seat venue. There is a proposal to have music on the rooftop. It is proposed to be what would be considered to be entertainment level, however, under the strict guidelines of the sound tests. So it may be lower than people normally see on a rooftop. It really will be controlled by those tests.
Mm-hmm. And the Clevelander next door goes until 5 a.m. with live entertainment on the rooftop.
I believe that's the case.
As far as I know, when I talked to Jessica, they have a 5 o'clock license on the rooftop, and I know that they've had different events up there during different times when on the rooftop. So I actually did an event up there for Palace when I was trying to reopen Palace. So now they have what she told me was 5 o'clock. The manager there that's running the Clevelander now.
Okay, thanks, guys.
We should ask staff to confirm what is CUP restrictions on the Clevelander next door if we're interested.
Yeah, that would be great. And I'll probably have a few more follow-up questions, but I'll wait and see what the comments are from the public at this point. Thank you.
I do want to ask Mr. Donald a question as well. For the rooftop, when we use the word entertainment, are you thinking of bringing the performers up to the rooftop to perform on the rooftop, or are you just seeking the ability to have music above the normal level of conversation?
Yeah, music above, with the music above, and then also, if we do some kind of a corporate party, they want to have one girl come up and do a little number. We'd like to be able to do that because people really enjoy the girls, and it'd be nice to have them be able to do a little performance up there for that group. So maybe it's a group of 50 that come up there for some kind of an event of some sort, to be able to have them do a little something. But the show is also going on down below too at the same time. So I believe it's not going to interfere with anybody in the area during the times, So with the other 2 venues across from us, between us and stuff, and also the show itself, I believe that we can satisfy everybody.
And have you thought about restricting the hours that it's open to the public? You're looking for open to the public from 8 a.m., would it be safe to say you really want to open to the public maybe 11:30 a.m. as you do downstairs?
Yeah, the same time. Yeah, the same time. Basically the same times of our operation. We open up at 11 and then, we close. We usually close earlier, but I'd like to have the leadway just in case somebody wants to do something and, we're following in the guidelines. So we'd like to have a little bit longer, at least until 11:30, like the show, or 12,
Okay. And
same time as the show downstairs, because the show gets over at 11:30, 11 something. So just to get by with, 12 o'clock would be nice, but, just to get everybody kind of, finished up and then everybody, done with the rooftop.
I'm inclined to support staff's recommendation where the rooftop would, at least the performance side of the rooftop would be limited to 9 p.m. I just think that's a better first start. I know you have a good track record, but I think allowing open air entertainment in a rooftop is something we don't do very easily. And out of the respect of, how many years you've been operating and what you contribute to the city, I think it's warranted here to give you that opportunity. I would be open to starting that open to the public at 11:30 on the rooftop and then closing at 9 p.m. Again, that would be, as you're requesting, for amplified noise and performances that would be limited to private parties. I'm not sure how the rest of the board even feels it's worth restricting what type of performances take place on the rooftop. I'd welcome to their comments on that.
Can we start at 11 o'clock? Because that's when we open, the rooftop is 11. For the guests that come to lay by the pool and stuff, because we do the food and beverage up there.
Yeah, I don't think we want to restrict what guests do. It's just a question of when you're open to the public. And I'll take staff support on how they see that working. But I'm more, today they can already provide services for residents up there. It's just a question of when is it open to the public and when could they start having amplified noise that's above normal conversation.
And Daniel, excuse me, guys, if I can just speak to the rooftop terrace or the rooftop of the Clevelander. I looked at the Clevelander CUP and their rooftop levels only allow ambient background music. And I just want to suggest that the board open up for public comment before we get into all the conditions of the order.
Absolutely. Do we have any more questions for the Palace representatives before we go, since we're already on that line?
I have some follow-ups, but I'd like to hear from the public first, Mr. Chair.
Okay, let's go to Mitch. Go ahead, Mitch.
And Mitch, you're still under oath from before. You have 3.
Yes, I'm still under oath. Mitch Novick again. I want to preface my comments that I appreciate the sophisticated and affluent clientele that the Palace caters to. It's what made Miami Beach great in the 90s. However, once again, we return back to that open air entertainment component. It's the noise that's cast into the public realm, which fuels the circus on our streets. I want to make reference to the Palace's other attorney, Alex Tatchmis's letter, which was sent to the city attorney's office. I believe it was the 20th of August, where he talks about vested rights and equitable estoppel. Alex, in not so many or in kind words, threatens to sue the city if the city addresses open air entertainment, removes what is now their vested right to pollute the public realm with noise. And the city attorney's office acquiesced with the equitable estoppel argument that the members of the Ocean Drive Cultural Entertainment Coalition represent. That's Mango's, Cleveland, Ocean's 10, and the Palace. I would urge you not to allow them to expand further into the public realm, because if this should go to court, meaning members of the coalition should file suit against the city for removing what is now their right to blast their music all the way eastward to the shoreline. It would minimize or mitigate the exposure the city has. Again, noise is a very real issue. As I stated earlier, it is what fuels the carnival-like circus on the street. With spring break just months away, I think it could be assured without noise adequately being addressed, we're going to witness more stampedes, and crime will, and quality life and public safety will continue to diminish until the message is sent out to the spring break crowd that the party is over. Kids, they need to find another city to destroy. That party is fueled by open air entertainment, despite the millions wasted each and every year subsidizing this area. There's been no improvement whatsoever. And everyone knows I've been appearing regularly, very publicly for nearly 7 years, stating the same thing. It's not an enforcement issue. It's entirely a zoning issue. We need to lose our party till you drop reputation, and that begins with open air entertainment. Thanks again for your time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to respond briefly to Mr. Novick since the city attorney was named. There was correspondence from an attorney for the Palace and a few other businesses on Ocean Drive that was transmitted to my office. We first of all, we haven't acquiesced to anything. So let me make that perfectly clear. But since the question of vesting came up, I'd just like to respond to that. While an applicant may be vested to an approval that the applicant may hold, unless or until that approval is modified or revoked, like the board just did with the previous property that was before you. A property owner or an operator may be vested as to a particular approval. However, no one is vested as to the noise exemption in the noise ordinance. Noise is a totally separate issue that is regulated. It's based more in the theory of nuisance than in anything else. And so I just want to be clear that nobody's vested to make noise that exceeds the threshold permitted in the noise ordinance, or vested as to any exemption to the noise ordinance. Even if a business were vested as to entertainment, that's a separate issue from whether the city can still enforce its noise ordinance. So I just want to be clear on that. And if anyone has any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. But they're two separate issues entirely.
All right, let's see if we have anybody else. Thank you, Nick. Mr. Daniel Seraldo.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Daniel. You're still under oath from before. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo, a resident. Also, many of you know I work at the Miami Design Preservation League on Ocean Drive and 10th Street. The noise that permeates outside into the public realm is an issue. We just can't deny it's, I would urge anybody to go to Ocean Drive and 10th Street in the evening on Friday. And what you'll hear actually isn't music from one place. You'll hear a cacophony of music from multiple places that all converges into the street in a very dizzying array of sounds and noise. I see this as an ADA issue. I see it as an issue for our visitors. Things that people want to do inside their property is fine. This is America. But I think when it comes to spilling noise and all sorts of different noise coming from different places, it does really impact the experience. So I just want to make sure that I put that on the record, and hopefully this is an issue that we'll be able to contain, because we really need to elevate the experience in the public right of way along Ocean Drive. Thank you.
Go ahead, Peter.
Peter, you remain under oath from before. You have 3.
Yes. Okay. The noise on Ocean Drive, that's not exempt from the noise ordinance, is it? I'm confused because the city attorney said that the noise is a separate issue. Does that mean that they're still subject to violations by noise ordinance violations, or are they on a different category? They can be louder than others in other parts of the city.
So I'll pause your time, Mr. Szabo, but basically the questions about the noise exemption for certain properties along Ocean Drive. What the code provides is that between 9th and 11th Street, noise that projects eastward over the eastern property line of properties on the west side of Ocean Drive is exempt from enforcement of the noise ordinance, right? So any property, any noise, the exemption is only for noise projected eastward from those properties between 9th and 11th.
How far east?
There is no noise exemption for properties between 5th and 9th and between 11th and 15th. And Mr. Szabo, I'd ask you to finish your comments. If you have any questions that any of us can answer, we'll respond.
That noise on between 9th and 11th can go eastward. How far eastward can it go before it becomes a violation?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Noise that projects eastward between 9th and 11th is exempt under the code.
So they can be as loud as they want, as long as
again, it only applies to noise projecting eastward. So if you can hear it to the north, to the south, to the west, then it falls squarely within the city's authority to enforce the noise ordinance.
If you go to the edge of the water on the ocean, that's kind of, I think it's 600 feet or 700 feet away from the source. Would that be a violation or no?
Nick, let me just jump in here.
Yeah,
Mr. Szabo, if you could just make your comments. I think what we don't want to get into, or at least what I'm not that thrilled about, trying to litigate, or not litigate, but to manage the existing rules of noise on the beach. I understand what you're asking, but I think the city attorney has already answered your question. And if you could just make your comments with regards to the item in front of us, I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I think instead of expanding, what you should be doing is containing and try to shrink the outdoor entertainment on Ocean Drive as well, even within 9th and 11th, and try to control them, and slowly, as time goes by, try to lead them into more of a restaurant operation as opposed to an outdoor circus party, because that is a destructive force on the city. South of 5th, people are petrified, terrorized by what's going on north of 5th. They're safe. They think they're safe down there south of 5th. In my opinion, they're not. It can happen anywhere because you're allowing things that shouldn't be allowed in a civilized society. Nobody has the right to go through air in any direction with any limitations and put others in jeopardy. We all have property rights and we should all respect each other. And if we don't have those basics in place, we don't have a civilized society. We have proper zoning, and the zoning establishes that they're supposed to run a hotel and a restaurant, and the main permitted uses are hotels, apartment hotels. That's how it was built. The neighborhood was built like that. But this is like an improvised, wild madness going on without any restriction, even if you go into the ocean, it seems to me, because I was not giving any limit on how loud they can be going east. So you have to control these things, not to expand them. And on the rooftop, it's even more insulting because anything on any rooftop, the sound goes and it goes and you don't even know where it's coming from. It's a menace. It's a menace. That's why people don't want any entertainment south of 5th, not even indoors. Not even indoors, and they're right. They should protect themselves from you because you do things that are completely improper, and please do the right thing, and I leave it to your conscience to do it.
Thank you, Peter. Let's see, we have, I think that's it.
I think that was our last speaker.
Michael, is Michael is he on this item or the next item?
Ceci Velasco had her hand raised at one point. I think I saw it.
Okay, I don't see her there anymore. There she is. Go ahead, Ceci.
Hi. Yeah, I was going to comment.
Hi, Ceci. I need to swear you in before we begin.
Yes.
Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I actually was going to comment about the north, south, and west. So it's impossible for eastbound sound to go all the way to the ocean without affecting north, south, and west. So the city is protected from the exemption on the north side, the south side, and the west side. So that containment is around the buildings that are around the property. Going east, there's nobody across the street. But it is impossible for the music to go all the way out to the shoreline without affecting the other sides. So there is a management and control in place, and there are only 4 conditional use permits. The fact that the Palace is expanding to the neighbor, and there's always been a problem with that sidewalk cafe because there's a competition in sound, there's a competition in overlay, they butt against each other, and in truth, it is the same address in folio. So if you look at the property and if you look at the back of the property in question, that back end has already been cut off and added to the Palace's footprint. That's where their restrooms are, their changing rooms, and part of their kitchen. So uniting this one folio and this one address seems to be the natural course of action. If this is not allowed to happen, there will be another sidewalk cafe that goes in there, and it will create the same problematic issues that we had in the past with those 2 businesses right up against each other. So this is a natural course of expansion, and this is a way to solve a problem that has historically been part of this address in this folio. Thank you.
All right, let's see if we have anybody else. I see.
You may want to ask Mr. Chair if Mr. Larkin is here to speak on this item since his hand is up.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Michael.
Could I offer some testimony on this item?
Absolutely, go for it. Let Nick swear you in.
Michael, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is. So
Thank
good morning,
you. You have 3 minutes.
Chairman, board members, Michael Larkin here, 3538 Flamingo Drive. I'm giving you all testimony as a resident that has often frequented the Palace. I used to represent Tom Donal about 10 years ago. I can tell you all he's a great businessman and runs a fantastic operation at the Palace. You know, culture is experienced in many different ways. It's not always going to be highbrow. It's not always going to be ballet and symphony. At times, a cultural expression is going to be boisterous and loud and fun. And I think this is one of the finest expressions of a particular part of gay culture available to everyone to enjoy. I think this Palace is consistent with the vision of where we want to take Ocean Drive to go. And I would urge you all to be supportive of this application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. I think we have Mr. Rugg. Yes. Gary, I believe he has his hand raised.
Mr. Rugg, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You're on mute, Mr. Rugg.
You're still muted, sir.
Okay, what's the command for unmuting? Maybe we *9 or something.
*6 to unmute. Gary, if you press *6 to unmute, we can be able to get you part of this discussion. All right, I guess no luck on that, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's move along. So seeing no one else from the public wanting to speak on the item, let's go ahead and close the opportunity for the public to speak, and then let's bring it back to the board to have discussion on the item.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I agree with the complex issues concerning the sound. It's impossible, I think, to say that sound can be projected only in one direction. I don't see how it can only be projected eastward and not have the sound wrap around in some fashion that makes it very loud. But I also want to say that Mr. Szabo's comments to the board were offensive, and I resent his implying that the board doesn't do anything but its best to ensure the best interests of the citizens of this city, and his implying that the city needs to be protected from us, who are volunteers and all in good faith and in good nature volunteer our services as unpaid volunteers to work on this board. I've given numbers of years to this board and the Historic Preservation Board. And for someone to come to a meeting here today and insult the board, I would feel remiss in not saying something about it. I don't think that type of vituperativeness is appropriate at these meetings.
Well, David, I don't think that you will get a lack of support from this board with respect to your comments, nor do we not observe some of the slights that come from people speaking, former commissioners, others, and I sometimes wanted to, and probably and I've let them go because it just was not the time to address them. But since we have brought it up here today, we have had former city commissioners, others who I think that they believe that just because they've held an office or something like that, that they have a platform to insult the board, whether subtly or otherwise directly. So here to that, I think I heard somebody say that on the board. And I think none of us believe that is the type of language for boards such as this. And, we try to always find solutions to problems, and I think that that's one of the reasons why I'm very proud to sit on this board, is because we have a group of folks that actually look at the issues, take time to review them, and have constructive dialogue to possibly, in many cases, reframe something that has come in with the incorrect framing, and then also look for solutions where something has come in and maybe a little bit overboard. And because of the knowledge of the folks on this board, have been able to come up with palatable solutions. So I appreciate your comments, and hopefully I spoke to some of those who think that this is a platform to come and insult us, but it is not. It is a hardworking board for the city, and thank you, David, for bringing it up.
Well, we all try to do our best on this board, and I just, I don't maybe sound a little bit too defensive, and we have a diversity of opinion on this board. We haven't always agreed, but we're like a jury, I guess, that has to come to a conclusion. And we are courageous, and I think that we deserve to be applauded and not insulted.
All right. So with that, let's continue with the deliberation on this.
And I thank you for your support, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, David. Let's continue.
You have everyone's support on that. Thank you for bringing it up.
Absolutely.
I held just like Kareem said, I've held my tongue many times and I'm proud of this being on this board, and I love the city. That's why I'm on this board, because I grew up here since I was a kid. I love the place.
Wendy and Gary want to speak. They need to speak from the neighborhood.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Gary Rugg is apparently available now. And Mr.
Okay.
Szabo, we're done you're able to speak. I see your hands up.
Go ahead, Mr. Rugg. Nick, you swear him in?
Yes. Mr. Rugg, do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you will give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Rugg, you're still on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Hey, Nick, we're gonna move on, and we had closed the opportunity for the public to speak anyway. So let's continue on, please.
So in regards to the application, I think there's two points. One, staff is not recommending the ground floor entertainment continue north. I happen to disagree. I think the entertainment's already taking place. It's not adding entertainment and allowing those dancers to walk over to the rest of the establishment just makes operational sense. That's how I feel. I think the rooftop is where I get concerned. I do want to try to be consistent. I know this is a good operator. I know that we have a CUP process for a reason so that we can look at each application on its own basis and determine whether or not that's going to have a negative impact on the community. I welcome the board's insights to the rooftop. I'm okay with the hours of operation from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. to allow music at an ambient level and allow the public to be on that rooftop. I'm not sure how I feel about allowing their performers up there outside of private events. So I would be welcome to have an exception for private events that are not open to the public. And maybe we can restrict so many of those on a monthly basis or yearly basis within a certain amount of hours, but allow them to have ambient level music that comes from a DJ.
So Daniel, I like what you said about the number of times maybe during the year. So I have a question, and then let me say my statement first, and then I'll ask my question. So we have under section 5 where it says it talks about I guess special permits here somewhere. I thought it was under section 5, but if they can have maybe that ability through a special permit or something like that during those times when they have special event permits, maybe we can allow for some of the dancers up on that part of the building at that time. But my question is, I'm not as familiar with this extension part of the building, but we have these rules that, you can't do all this stuff on the ground level at the sidewalk because it was causing congestion on the sidewalk and, just gawkers with regards to people just trying to travel the sidewalk. Will this also be similar, even though it's not at the ground level, and it'd be up on the rooftop where people would kind of stop and gawk and kind of, take up the sidewalk? If we were to allow it.
I don't think you could see the performances from the sidewalk at the rooftop level. So we don't have any concerns with performances at the rooftop in terms of impacting pedestrian flow along the sidewalk. Our concern was just with the expanded performances to the building to the north. If they're just walking, across that platform, that wouldn't be considered entertainment. But if they're actually collecting tips and performing, then that would be a performance.
Thank you, Michael. That's it for me for now.
Yeah, I'll add a few comments. I'm supportive of what the board members have stated so far. I'm very supportive of the expansion to the north. I think it offers an opportunity to support local business, support a good operator who has a good track record, and a very low risk to anyone, frankly. The rooftop, I'm open to ideas on the rooftop. I'm a little more sensitive. I'm a little more sensitive about that and the potential. I do understand the argument that overall, in aggregate, excessive noise contributes to the party till you drop, I think is how it was described. Attitude that exists on Ocean Drive. I don't really think that the Palace is a big contributor to that. I really believe that that's something we want to support the Palace. So how do we support the Palace? Maybe take a step on the rooftop, but not a full step going full. I mean, at first, take a step, give them something, and see how it goes. Something that would enhance their business. So I'm open to suggestions on the rooftop, but I'm a solid yes on the northern adjacent expansion.
Mr. Barano and the board, if I can just interject a minute. So there is a condition on the ground floor terrace regarding the entertainment level noise that noise can exceed background levels during performance, during live shows only. So if the board were willing to basically adopt that similar condition and consider allowing the sound level to exceed ambient background level during only actual performances, and at all other times, with the DJ, that's just background music or just with the speakers, outside of performance times, they could then revert back to ambient background level. That would allow them to have the louder music during the performances.
Are you speaking of the rooftop, or are you speaking of the first floor?
The rooftop. Just for the board to consider if they're inclined to go that way.
And what time would the rooftop close for business, Michael, under that scenario?
Well, our recommendation, we could recommend going till midnight if it was all ambient, background music. But I think if it's going to have an entertainment component, then limiting it to 9 p.m. may be more appropriate.
I mean, again,
perhaps the applicant, perhaps Mr. Donnell or Mr. Rao would like to speak about the rooftop. And I'm not sure if the rest of the board, if we have a consensus around the first floor or not. But maybe that would help to move it along to hear from the applicant again.
Daniel, before we do that, did you want to speak? I think you were about to say something about the rooftop.
I'm in support of the rooftop. I think they're a very great operator on Ocean Drive, and they can get a little noisy, but I think that you notice crowds are drawn to them in a very positive way, and I wouldn't want to hinder their ability to continue doing their performances. So I'm in support of expansion on the ground floor and the rooftop.
Michael, did you want to hear more from the operator, or you would just? I didn't follow exactly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just thinking about if there are some objections to the rooftop, how we could craft a win-win consensus, on both sides. And that's what I had in mind. I think sounds like we're not terribly far off. There's something to be done on the rooftop. It's a matter of what the final solution looks like. And Daniel just came back. He must have taken a quick break. So
Sorry, you all. I needed to take off my mask and take a breath. So, I don't know. I was hearing. I don't know. Was there more comments from the board members as to allowing the performers on the rooftop? Do we feel that's a good idea? I heard staff's recommendation to limit the entertainment level sound only when the performers are performing and then revert to ambient. I'm still trying to be fair in a sense of consistency of outdoor rooftop entertainment. I think allowing the public up there and having amplified noise that doesn't interfere with conversation is a pretty good start. I certainly think expanding their ground floor entertainment is certainly the core of what's going to allow their business to succeed.
I agree with that. So for me, it just comes down to the hours of operation for the rooftop.
I mean, in fairness, if I'm okay with if there is no performers up there and we're only going to have the rooftop open with ambient level music that doesn't interfere with sound, I would welcome expanding it beyond 9 p.m. but not if the board wants to allow their performers up there.
Well, how would the applicant feel about mirroring or what Michael Belush said just a moment ago? Basically, it's quiet up there unless there's a show, and that stops at 11:30 or 12 o'clock. How would Mr. Donald feel about that?
PJ, are they able to speak still? Are they on?
Can I speak, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, that would be a good idea. That would be really great if we could do that. Just mirror the image of the palace downstairs. So when we do the show, we can raise the music up, and then when the show is done, in that 5-minute period, basically go back to ambient music. So if we could mirror that image, that would be great to start off with. And then as far as the DJ goes, ambient or just above ambient would be great for the DJ up there for these, happy hour or some music up there during that time. If we can mirror the same as downstairs, it's 11:30. Since we're doing the show in the main area to mirror the image upstairs, that would be great if we could do that.
Mr. Donald, to what degree do you feel, you mentioned, you're the one who mentioned the entertainment or the noise on the rooftop of the Clevelander, and it sounded like the way you described it was more than ambient. Do you feel like you're going to need to compete with noise there? Is that a concern that you're going to have to turn the volume up much louder in order to be heard, or can it generally be quiet unless there's a show? That sounds like a good solution to me.
Yeah, we have a wall against each other, but no, they're not. There's no competition between them and us. No, and as far as music goes. Okay.
Thank you. Well, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I think Michael Belush is the first one that said it. I believe that's, 11:30 works. It's not terribly late. It's good for business.
About 9 p.m. weekdays on the rooftop performers, if that's what we're going to do. And then maybe on the weekend, you can go to 11:30. Again, they can always come back and ask for more. We're being really strict with outdoor entertainment. And when it gets to the rooftop level, it's a little bit different. You don't have the building pushing the sound. You don't have the ground level noise, background noise associated with cars and people and everything else. So it is a little bit different.
I was in support of it without the entertainment there and the normal conversation in item 7. So if we're going to do the 4 or 5 minute show allowance there with the music a little bit amplified, then I would be willing to support that if we do the modified hours that you just suggested, Daniel, Monday through Friday until 9, and then Saturday and Sunday till 11:30.
Or maybe Friday, Saturday, and Sunday later, maybe since Friday's kind of a weekend night.
I can accept that for my support.
I'm okay with it.
And then let's do a progress report in 60 days once they're operational, not necessarily from the day we approve this BTR.
Great. I'm happy to move it. I don't know who can describe it, but I'm happy to move it.
Before you guys move it, let me just clarify a few things, and we have some other conditions to modify. So regarding the hours of operation for the rooftop pool, we would add a condition. We would modify the order, and it would allow basically to say that the volume on the exterior rooftop terrace sound system shall not exceed a level that would interfere with normal conversation, except during times of actual live performances as authorized by the CUP. And we would add in an hour limitation for the rooftop pool, Monday through Thursday till 9 p.m. and Fridays and Saturday until 11:30 p.m.
Right, and then are we changing the start time from 8 to 11, or it will still remain at 8?
What is the
Mr.
board
Donald
wish?
was comfortable with 11, wasn't? What?
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, he did. So why don't we change the start time to 11 a.m. as well? That way
I
it
think that's
matches
good.
the other.
11:30 a.m. 11:30 a.m. daily. And now is the
You
board
should-
inclined?
No,
I think it was
Just
11 a.m.
11
daily.
a.m.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
11
Monday through Thursday
11 a.m.
11 to 9, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday 11 to 11:30.
I would really recommend that we mirror the same exact hours that we already have in the CUP below. Not only is it more practical for code to understand the hours of entertainment that are allowed, but it streamlines everyone's understanding of it. So, in your staff report, you already have previous hours that were approved under the CUP, and we should just mirror those same hours because we're not modifying those below, and those are the same hours we're allowing entertainment.
You're talking about the hours in section 5? Is that what you're referring to, Daniel? I
Staff
don't know if you have
report.
Yes. Can I just clarify? So right now the outdoor entertainment performance operations on the private property terrace can operate Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. and Saturdays and Sundays all day 11 a.m. to 11:30 p.m.
That's at the ground floor.
Correct.
Correct.
Which is and you also mirroring
you also have
those hours.
Yes, and you also actually have a specific statement about DJ and performer. So when we give this entertainment, it needs to be tied to the core function of what they're doing. They can't. What I don't want to happen is a private party on the rooftop that is not part of what we're approving for the palace. And I think in your previous CUP, it was pretty clear, hey, this is entertainment that's limited to a DJ and their performances that you're known to provide.
Well, that changes things a little bit, but I think Mr. Donald, and I don't want to speak for him, but I believe he just said he's comfortable mirroring, what's downstairs, upstairs on the pool deck, on the rooftop.
I mean, for me, I think that they can come back if we need to make additional, but I'm comfortable with limiting it on the weekday till 9 and then 11:30 on the weekends, given that it's the rooftop. I know it does. Daniel, your point is well taken by me. It does cause a little confusion for code, but I think it's just a different part or activation in the building.
So is the consensus to stop the entertainment on the rooftop at 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday?
And then
I think we should
mirror it on the weekends.
I think we should mirror what the CUP already states for the ground floor, just to make it easy. I don't see why we should change that. It's been working for them so far.
And could somebody describe that one more time? Michael, you had it, I think.
Yes. So the outdoor entertainment and performance operations on private property may operate Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then there's a break, and then 6 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. That's Monday through Friday. And Saturdays and Sundays, the operation goes all day long from 11 a.m. to 11:30 p.m.
That's you know what? If it's easier to just make it parallel, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working now. We're talking about additional risk on the rooftop, I guess, but that's been working on the first floor. So
it's 30 more minutes in the evening. I think we can. I'll live with it. I'll vote in favor of it.
Okay, and then is the consensus to allow the performances along the terrace of the expansion to the building to the north?
When you use the word terrace, are you asking us if they can be on public right away to sidewalk?
No, this would only be on private property. There's nothing in the CUP that would authorize the performances on the public right of way or sidewalk.
And Michael, this is their property, right? It's part of their property.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think there's any dispute over that I've heard. So.
Okay, we'll modify the condition to allow the performances to extend to the private portion of the property, both between the buildings and the expanded building to the north. And then lastly, I just want to modify a couple of conditions that just clarify some requirements. As we have discussed, planning staff with James Rao, we have included some conditions regarding railing that was removed and canopy between the buildings that we couldn't find a permit for. So we are going to, rather than have a condition in the CUP, we've agreed to remove those conditions regarding the railing and the canopy. And we're actually going to issue, as code compliance, to issue citations for the property. And then they can deal with those citations by the appropriate measures, such as getting a permit or getting approval from the Historic Preservation Board for the removal of the railing. So that would eliminate condition 9 and condition 10. We're okay with modifying condition 8 regarding parking impact fee calculation, adding in if required or if any. Let's see. And that's all. And just to clarify that even with these amended conditions, an application and approval from the Historic Preservation Board will be required to modify the Historic Preservation Board conditions for the rooftop prior to the issuance of a BTR for the expanded use that the board is authorizing today.
Mr. Chair, may I just add some comments about the conditions?
Sure, go for it.
Thank you, sir. With regard to condition number 7, just as kind of an administrative cleanup or clarification, we understand if there's a requirement to apply the Historic Preservation Board that we have to meet, of course we'll have to meet it. We just didn't want there to be extra layers in the CUP that bled over into other boards or requirements. So we're just asking that if there's a prohibition on entertainment that needs to be addressed with the Historic Preservation Board, that condition be modified not to permit the issuance of a BTR for entertainment until.
No, James, yes. I discussed that with Tom. Okay. The HPB order is very clear. It does not allow the use of that space except for hotel guests, residents, and their invitees. So it's not just the entertainment component. It's the operation for outside people open to the public. That would require also a modification of the HPB order. If it's only to serve residents of the hotel and residents of the property, then that's acceptable. The issue is opening to the public without modifying the HPB order.
And look, I appreciate that there's something in there that references that there may be a requirement. I just was looking to have a condition that wasn't so specific.
We can
regarding
James,
HPB and the planning board order, because they're two different boards. We're happy to agree to comply with whatever requirements there are regarding historic preservation board orders. I'll just ask you not to make it so specific. So you
James,
can make
I'm
that
fine with that.
determination later.
I'm fine, James. We can agree to a more generalized condition, which even if we struck this condition out, we still would have to review it. So I'm fine with a more generalized condition.
Right.
So we can work with you for a more generalized condition.
Okay. With regard to, I heard that 9 and 10, conditions 9 and 10 would be stricken from the staff recommendations. I heard the explanation of conditions 6A regarding the entertainment, and those were only comments. Other than that.
Okay.
Michael, I'm sorry. Can you, just because I'm not familiar with it, the condition that you're talking about with Mr. Rao, as far as, are you referring to a future condition of an HPB order that you would amend?
No. So this is what condition 7 says. It says prior to the issuance of a BTR for the expanded operations to the rooftop, the applicant shall be required to file an application and receive approval to amend the conditions of the C of A issued by the Historic Preservation Board, HPB file number 1253, which currently restricts the use of the rooftop. Back when that 4-story building was approved in the early 2000s, the Historic Preservation Board placed several restrictions on the rooftop. So that's what we're saying, that James has to modify those conditions prior to the issuance of the BTR for the use of the rooftop.
Understood. Okay, so 7 will remain then.
Well, we're just asking that be made more generalized. So actually the staff has even more flexibility, just that we don't have a condition in a planning board order that's so specific about an HPB order. Just that it's determined by the staff that they comply with any historic preservation board orders.
I don't want to draft on the fly here, but I think what you're saying is that to the extent there's any conflict,
there may or may not be a conflict. The more important thing was just to not have a very specific condition in a planning board order relating to an HPB order, that you could have it generalized and have them comply with any historic preservation board orders, but then it would be subject to the staff's review and approval. Sometimes what happens is we get these specific conditions and then the staff makes a decision and says, well, we would support you doing this, but the order says X. And as a result of that, we're stuck with it. So I'm just asking them to make it more generalized, that they comply with any HPB orders. Certainly we will.
We can make it more general, but
general. That's
usually
it.
Most of these conditions
We're not trying to get out of anything, just to be clear. We just didn't want to be stuck with a specific condition, in a different order and a different board.
Guys, I think we're talking about this a bit too much. Let's just remove the specific rooftop condition and say that they need to meet all the requirements of the certificate of appropriateness for HPB. The BTR process itself requires planning department approval, which I'm sure they'll refer back to the certificate of appropriateness for all land use boards.
And guys, if I could just clarify something, a lot of these conditions, unless it's in the order, staff does not know. So if somebody comes in for their BTR and they look at the CUP, nobody from planning staff is going to know that there is this condition from the Historic Preservation Board order in the early 2000s restricting the rooftop. So we put these conditions in as a red flag for review for especially planning staff.
Okay.
So leave it in, Michael. Michael, leave it in. Yeah, I would leave it in.
Let's leave it and move on.
Okay, so do we have a motion for the approval? I forgot if somebody made the motion.
I will move the item.
All right, there we go. we have a second?
With all the amendments we discussed.
Do we have a second?
I had originally moved it, so I'll second.
Well, then I'll revert. You can be the first. I'll second it.
Fair enough. Moved by
Mr.
Mike.
Barano made the motion, and Mr. Vitia was the second. Mr. Brantley,
Yes.
Mr. Vitia,
Yes.
Mr. Milan,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder. David, are you there? Mr. Weeder?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
The motion passes 7-0 as modified.
Mr. Chairman, I've had a request from Nancy Liebman that the International Inn issue be expedited or taken out of turn. As a courtesy to her, could we do that?
You're on mute, Chair.
I don't have an issue with it. Is anybody specifically opposed to that? All right, so I'm going to move that we amend the agenda and move item 10 up as our next item. Anybody all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Common consent, Michael.
Okay, let me see if Rogelio is here.
Hey there, I'm here.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, let me just pause here. Let me turn over the meeting to our august vice chair, please. I'll stay as long as I can.
We're losing Kareem. What time is lunch break, please?
Yeah, I don't mind us either taking a 5-minute break now or a 15-minute break to eat. I don't know how everybody feels about that.
I can eat quickly, but I'm going to need some kind of a little break here pretty soon.
David, can Nancy give us about 20 minutes? And we'll still move her up as the next item.
I don't know. I just got a text request from her. I haven't spoken to her. If you like, I can call her. I think she's. Oh, she said, yes, that's fine. She said, yes, that's fine. I just got a text.
Okay. All right. Well.
All right. Well, let's take a break, a 20-minute break. It's 12:20 now. Let's reconvene at 12:40. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds great.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back to our meeting. We had a request to take an item out of order. It's going to be Planning Board File 20-0388, 2301 Normandy Drive, International Inn Historic Site Designation. Staff, do you want to present?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. So as stated, this is file number PB20-0388 related to the historic site designation of the International Inn, which is located at 2301 Normandy Drive. The building is located at the entrance to the city via the 71st Street Causeway and serves as a primary gateway into the North Beach neighborhood. The Historic Preservation Board directed the Planning Department to prepare a preliminary evaluation of the site on May 9th, 2017, formally beginning the HPB's review process. The Historic Preservation Board ultimately recommended that the site be designated as an historic building on June 10, 2019. As noted in the staff report, the building is in compliance with the historic designation criteria. You have the designation report before you, and it highlights the importance of the structure. It was constructed in 1956 and incorporates many of the distinct characteristics of the post-war modern style of architecture, including dramatic angles and the large expanses of glass. It was designed by Melvin Grossman, who was a local architect that also designed other prominent hotels in the city, such as the Seville, the Deauville, and the Doral Beach hotels. When the designation was first being considered, the property owner did request that as part of the designation process that additional incentives and flexibility be provided in order to facilitate the restoration and partial redevelopment of the site. This was incorporated into a development agreement, and implementing ordinances were referred by the City Commission. The Planning Board previously reviewed these ordinances and transmitted them to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. They did several things which I included in the staff report, but I can elaborate on them if you wish to recollect what was in those incentives. It is expected that the incentive ordinance are going to be adopted by the City Commission tomorrow. And with those incentives, the owner has agreed to support the historic designation. So staff supports the designation. Combined with the incentive ordinances, it will allow for the restoration of this iconic structure, will greatly enhance the surrounding neighborhood. And staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. And with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Rogelio. I appreciate your comments. Does anyone from the board wish to discuss the development agreement that we had previously approved, or are you okay with what's in the staff report?
Yeah, I just have a clarification. What are we being asked to do today compared to what we did a month or two back? I remember this fairly recently.
Today is a designation as a local historic site.
Okay.
So they did the development agreement first, which Rogelio confirmed it went through first reading with City Commission with no comments or concerns.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then also the ordinances that actually implement those incentives in the land development regulations went as well.
Right. So now following through with the development agreement, we're now going through the designation process of this historic building. If the board's okay, I'd like to open it up to the public, unless they have any questions for staff immediately. And to the public, we do have a full agenda. We have a 3 p.m. hard stop, so I would like to limit all public comments to 2 minutes. If you need additional time, you can request, but let's try to keep it at 2 minutes if at all possible. Thank you.
And Mr. Vice Chairman, since this is a quasi-judicial item, I'd just like to ask members if they have any disclosures to make, and then I'll also be swearing in each witness.
Any disclosures?
I don't have any.
None. I have a question though.
I have none.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Gelby, go ahead.
I don't want to delay at all, but I may have been absent. Could we get just a quick refresher summary of the development agreement?
I can do that, yes. Mr. Gelby. So just very briefly, this process originated several years ago. The gist of the development agreement is that the owner has offered to voluntarily consent to the designation of the International Inn property, subject to the City Commission adopting certain amendments to the LDRs and comp plan that would permit the redevelopment of the hotel and that would create allowances for uses that are either currently not, non-conforming or that would otherwise not be permitted at this location. So if those are the amendments actually that this board's already reviewed and transmitted a recommendation on. This is the next step, which is now that those amendments are moving forward, they were approved by the City Commission at first reading. Second reading is scheduled for tomorrow. Mm-hmm. The next phase is what's before you now, which is finally to designate the International Inn site as historic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Nancy Lehman, you're on.
Hi, Nancy. Do you swear under oath that any and all testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
And thank you so much for moving us up, since we have another full day tomorrow to finish this off. I'm very happy to be here for the opportunity to finally be able to begin the process of bringing the International Inn forward to become one of the most unique and beautiful inns in Dade County. We've come a long way. This has taken over 3 years and thousands of meetings to come to this point. And we look forward to the day it opens, and it should happen next year after the pandemic is gone and life comes back to normal. So thank you very much for listening to us and being here.
Thank you, Mrs. Nancy, for your words and your efforts on this matter. Next caller, we have David Covello.
Hi, David. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, David Coviello with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I'm here on behalf of the International Inn today, and we're pleased to support the designation and we consent to the process moving forward. Of course, subject to the terms of the development agreement that Nick discussed. Ownership is here if the board has any questions of us, but again, thanks for your time, and we're in support of the designation.
Thank you, Mr. Covello. Next caller, we have Daniel Seraldo.
Yes.
Hi, Daniel. You're still under oath from before. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Seraldo, coming to you on behalf of Miami Design Preservation League. As Nancy mentioned, this has been a long process, but one that has been very fruitful. I wanted to thank the Belsa and Ricky Zay, the owners, who really sat down with us a few years ago, and we talked about the issues going on at the building. And we all worked together on incentives for them to improve the facility. And they've already taken quite a few actions to do that. And so I just wanted to express our thanks and gratitude for that. We all look forward to the International Inn becoming now a historic landmark at the entrance to North Beach in Miami Beach, and for the future longevity and sustainability of the site. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seraldo. I don't see any other hands from the public. Is there anyone else from the public that wants to raise their hand and speak on this item? If not, I'm going to close public comment. All right, I'm seeing none. We're going to go ahead and close public comment. Board members, would anyone want to start?
I would. I remember this issue coming up at least 10 years ago at the Historic Preservation Board, somewhere around there. And I want to congratulate everybody who has worked on this project, because the International Inn is just such an unusual building, and it's so representative of, it's similar to the small buildings that were up on Sunny Isles before they put up the, the concrete canyons there. And it is such an enticing and unusual landmark for Normandy Isle, where I live and where Daniel lives as well, I think. So I know you do, Daniel. And I know your sister lives somewhat across the street from me. So I am very happy about this. This makes my day, because to lose this building would have been a tragedy. The other thing I want to mention is that the rest of that block is something that should be designated historic in the coming years. The smaller MIMO buildings and the other buildings on that particular strip of land, similar to what happened on the east end here of Normandy Isle, where they have all these lovely apartment houses that have been redone near the King Cole and on Bay Drive. That's a local historic district as well, thanks to the efforts of the preservationist community. And Daniel Seraldo is one of them. He's been unstinting in his efforts, and he's done tremendous work getting this done. And Nancy Liebman is a treasure for our community. And I'm just so happy about this, and I just think it's just a terrific step in the right direction for our community's humanity and tradition. Thank you.
Okay, any other board members want to have any comments or questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I think this is a great compromise between the desire to preserve a historic landmark here in North Beach. It truly is that. The International Inn, just a photo of that is representative of what MIMO is probably one of the best examples of a low-rise MIMO building that we have in North Beach. and the development agreement to amend the LDRs in recognition of the cost of having to restore this building and the 50% rule that would be lost. The hotel use would be lost should they exceed the 50% rule in trying to restore the building. So it's two practical views. One, the importance of historic preservation, and secondly, the burden on private property owners to meet that preservation standard. So I think it is a win-win for everyone, and I'm fully supportive of the designation based on the agreed upon development agreement. Anyone want to make a motion to approve?
I'll move it.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
That's great. Michael, you want to call the roll?
Sure. So the motion was made by Mr. Weeder, seconded by Mr. Berno. Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Berno?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Absolutely. All right.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Oh, sorry.
I think you're on mute, Daniel.
I am trying to not have the background noise with us here. So let's move on to the previous item we skipped over to prioritize international in upon request. We have Planning Board file PB 200392, 200 South Point Drive, Oche, Miami.
Thank you. And this is an
application.
Sure, I'll give a brief presentation. So this application has been filed for a neighborhood impact establishment with an occupant content in excess of 200 people. Now, the Planning Board may remember back on August 24th of this year, the board discussed and transmitted an ordinance amending the regulations for neighborhood impact establishments in the RPS 4 zoning districts to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. On September 16th, the City Commission approved the ordinance on first reading, and second reading is scheduled for adoption at the Commission meeting tomorrow. This proposal is for the renovation of an existing restaurant space that was formerly occupied by Chibo. The applicant is proposing to operate a restaurant serving alcoholic beverages, as well as provide space for dart games. Based upon the exhibits and documents provided in the application, the total projected occupancy load is 649 with alcohol service. Now, the recently approved code amendment has numerous regulations for alcoholic beverage establishments and neighborhood impact establishments to ensure that no negative impact occurs because of the establishment. And some of these requirements, I'll just read through them briefly. First is that the maximum patron occupant load of no more than 250 is allowed above the ground floor. The rooftop cannot be occupied past 8 p.m. Outdoor music shall be prohibited on the roof. Outdoor bar counters are prohibited. Alcoholic beverages are permitted on the roof until 8 p.m. And the roof shall only be open when the restaurant is open serving full meals. Additionally, with regard to the ground floor outdoor areas, outdoor bar counters are prohibited. Areas shall not be occupied past midnight. In regard to the indoor area, all operations must close by 2 a.m. Lastly, special events are prohibited throughout the property. We are recommending that the Planning Board approve the application in accordance with the draft recommendation conditions of approval. Now, one thing we did note in the staff report is that the rooftop plan was still in flux at the time of the application. Their occupancy was over the code mandated 250. I believe they will present a revised rooftop plan today, and that's something that can be amended prior to their, as part of their building permit application, and will have to be amended prior to the issuance of the BTR for the establishment.
Michael, the commission hasn't approved this on second reading. It could be changed at second reading. Why aren't we putting the cart before the horse here?
Well, they have a whole.
And let me just tell you, this is in my neighborhood. I'm real familiar with this property. I was very comfortable with this with Aki moving forward based on that ordinance. But if that ordinance has not passed, why don't we just continue this until next month?
Well, the applicant has taken the risk. They presented a hold harmless letter that's, to the city. So it's at the applicant's risk to assume that the ordinance will be passed tomorrow. If the ordinance is modified, they may have to go back to the planning board for a modification of the CUP.
Okay, may have to or will have to?
Well, if the ordinance is adopted substantially, then they may have to, depending on if the ordinance, depending on how the ordinance, if it is adopted with changes, how those changes may affect the application. If there's no substantial changes, then it would not require coming back to the planning board for a modification.
And who would make that determination?
The planning director.
Okay. All right. I'll just wait and see how it goes. I mean, I thought it was very tight. I thought the ordinance was very tight. And I thought we obviously would see it one more time, but that's my concern.
I believe we have Michael Larkin on the line to present.
Yeah, let's hear from the applicant. Mr. Larkin, you're up.
Yes.
Michael, would you like me to swear in any members of your team who will be testifying now, or are they ready, or when they speak?
I think that's not necessary now, but let's see. If they do have to be promoted, then they will have to be sworn in.
Okay, great. Okay, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here representing Aki Miami LLC. With me today is Gilles Gillison. He is our client representative. With me also is AW Architects with Jim Williams and Myerlin Boskin. With regard to our traffic, we have Alfredo Sale from AFCA LLC, and then my colleague Nicholas Rodriguez. There's a PowerPoint presentation associated here that we sent in. Would be able to pull that up? Great. Thank you. You can go to the next slide now. So you may recall, Aki, from our presentation on the proposed code amendment to the RPS4 district regulations in August that we presented to you all. Aki is a unique social dining concept that combines fine dining with games of darts in a modern and sophisticated setting. Aki has leased the former Chivo Wine Bar location at 200 South Point Drive because of the design of the existing building provides the space required for the dart games and equipment. Since starting this process, Aki has been sensitive to potential impacts to our neighbors at the Continuum, Portofino, and South Point Towers. We have worked with our neighbors to establish Aki in a manner that respects the residential character of the area by agreeing to limited hours of operation for the rooftop terrace, a reduced patron occupant load of the rooftop, and modifying pickup times for weekend trash collection. As a result, we've earned the support of the Continuum, Portofino, and South Point Condominium Associations as indicated in letters of support that we have shared with you all via email. Next slide. So we're here today to obtain a CUP for NIE. The seat count is wrong. I'm sorry about that. It should be 395. That's what's in our application. And then number two, we just would like a slight modification to condition 2A sub 3, and maybe just a confirmation of condition number 9, which talks about substantial modification to plans. Next slide. So the property is approximately 11,000 square foot accessory restaurant building constructed in 2012. Chivo Wine Bar was the first and only tenant and operated as a legal nonconforming use without a CUP. It operated pursuant to an agreement reached with the City Commission. It featured 400 seats, and the interior restaurant was permitted to stay open until 5 a.m., while the rooftop was permitted to stay open until midnight on weekends, 11 p.m. on weekdays. Chivo started out well, but then entered into conflicts with neighbors, especially in 2019 prior to its closing. However, the city had limited ability to intervene since there was no conditional use permit governing the property. In May of 2019, Chivo closed, abandoning the building's legal nonconforming status. This made the property unmarketable since operators were limited to a maximum occupant load of 299 people throughout this large restaurant space and a maximum of 40 rooftop seats. Next slide. The building has been dark for the last year and a half. This building features 9,000 square feet of ground floor dining area, a mezzanine area with no seating, that's where the bathrooms are located, and a 5,000 square foot rooftop terrace. Next slide. This is the seating plan or the floor plan for the ground floor space. It contains 13 dart booths with 89 seats and then 110 traditional dining seats. The gaming area is located toward the center of the building, so as to prevent noise from escaping the building. The dining area and bar is located toward the front of the building, adjacent to South Point Drive. The ground floor outdoor area will not feature dining seats. It will simply be used as a place where people go to step outside briefly, perhaps for a smoke, and then come back in. The ground floor outdoor area will be closed by midnight in accordance with the code amendment. Next slide. This is a picture of Ake's first location in Oslo, Norway, where the company is headquartered. You can see the electronic dart games that are on the walls, represented by those circles. Next slide. This is the rooftop plan. Based on our conversation with neighbors and our understanding of how Chibo operated, we agreed to codify a limited rooftop occupancy of 250 persons. As you all know, an offload is measured based on the seating layout, the total area of the space, and the means of egress. This effectively boils down to seats plus area for standing plus circulation paths. While the seat count of the submitted rooftop plan was 196 seats, which it has been for the last few months, the offload of that layout was greater. It was 389 persons, and that wasn't consistent with our code amendment. So in order to reduce the offload to 250 persons, we worked very hard with the fire marshal and we revised the layout of the rooftop to reduce that offload. So what you are seeing now is a rooftop plan that shows 196 seats with an offload of 250 persons. If you can tell, we note that the proposed layout makes it virtually impossible for a standing patron to congregate in any type of lounge or bar-like setting. In fact, the existing bar in the rooftop terrace will be a service bar only that is not open to the public. There'll be no lounge-like atmosphere on the rooftop whatsoever, as was the case with Chibo. Ake envisions the rooftop as a lunch and early dinner venue that will complement the dining and darts activities occurring inside. In accordance with the code amendment, the rooftop will be closed by 8 p.m. and there shall be no outdoor music, TVs, bar counters, or special events permitted in this area. Next slide. So condition number 2A sub 3, what we'd like to do is just have it read that the offload will be as established by the fire marshal. We calculated out that it'd be 399.1. I don't know where the 0.1 comes from, but that's what it came out to. I don't think it'll be any more than that, but in case the fire marshal does give us 405 or so, we'd like to be able to take advantage of that if we could. So that's why after the or you see in the middle, we're saying that the max offload for the ground floor should not exceed 450 or such lesser number is approved by the fire marshal. And I think it will be much less than 450. With regard to condition number 9, we just wanted some indication, perhaps maybe from Michael Belush, that the revised rooftop plan that we submitted to him in advance of the hearing is sufficient and we would not need to come back to this board and present this rooftop plan. Last slide. So we believe this is the ideal location for this unique dining concept as it provides the space necessary for dart games in combination with fine dining. Ake's goal is to establish its flagship North American location right here in Miami Beach and provide a new restaurant style that is consistent with the character and reputation of the South and Fifth neighborhood as being upscale and really welcoming to this type of business. We respectfully request an approval of this conditional use, and we are here to answer any questions you all might have. I want to address Mr. Baranow's question first, though, because we did proffer a hold harmless, and to the extent that there be any language added to the legislation tomorrow that would require us to come back to the planning board, we recognize this as our duty, and we would come right back to you all. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
question for Michael related to what he just said, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So based on comments at first reading, are you anticipating anything changing?
No, sir, because after Commissioner Ariola spoke, there really were no other comments by the other commissioners. It passed rather quickly. And so I don't anticipate anything, no fireworks tomorrow. But again, the purpose of the hold harmless is just, it was a way for us to try to move more quickly to capture some of the season, because all these restaurant uses are kind of teetering on the edge, and this is a particularly new one. So the quicker we got open, the better it was for our client.
Okay. Well, I think, the risk at that location has always been the rooftop operations, and the ordinance as written, is very good for the neighborhood. But just to be clear, it will be Tom Mooney's determination as to whether it comes back to the planning board or not. Is that right, Michael?
Yes, sir. I will agree with anything Tom says about that.
Okay. All right.
All right. Any other individuals from the public that wish to speak on this item, if you can please raise your hand. Michael Larkin, I still see you're the only one with a hand up. Is there anyone else from the public? I don't want to miss anyone. Okay, seeing none. I'm going to close public hearing. Coming back to the board. Any board members have any questions for staff? Okay, staff, there's a request for 2 amendments by the applicant. One is condition 2, subsection 2A, subsection B, and the other one is condition 9 on the occupant load. Any concerns with that request?
Sure. So thanks, Daniel. So we can accept the modification to restrict the occupancy for the interior to 450 or such lesser number as determined by the fire marshal. We understand that oftentimes that number is not determined until after the construction is built out and everything is in place. So we can understand that there may be some discrepancies between what is shown on the plans now versus what may actually be the final outcome. So I think 450 is a good number. And regarding the second one, regarding the modification of the plans, we can accept the modification that Mr. Larkin presented regarding or referencing the rooftop plan that he presented at today's meeting as part of the what the board is reviewing and approving. And then just one last one I forgot to mention. We did include in the board packages and online a memo from the Transportation Department. There are several conditions that the Transportation Department has recommended that the board include in the order, mostly regarding having a robust transportation demand management plan and somebody to manage that process. Also some conditions regarding loading and delivery operations, as well as requiring the developer to provide an updated valet utilization study within 60 days after opening. So we'd like to incorporate those transportation conditions into the final order when the board makes a recommendation.
And will we have an opportunity to see that and review that? Will the planning board have that opportunity?
Well, it was included in the board packet. I can read through. In terms of the valet ride sharing analysis.
Yeah, the one you just mentioned. Yeah.
Yes, that can be presented. I'm sure we had a condition regarding a progress report, so we can require that. Let me just verify we have a condition on the progress report. Yes, we have a progress report requirement for within 90 days, and we will require them to present that analysis at the time of the progress report.
Okay, all right.
And just to be clear, Michael, there is one of the conditions 2A subsection B, where I'm assuming we need to modify the open level above the ground floor shall not exceed 250 individuals. Should that be modified to 195?
No, because what Mr. Larkin referenced was the number of seats. The number of seats is what he stated, I think 195. Occupancy is typically higher than the number of seats.
Okay.
So that condition can remain as is. We'll just be modifying condition 2A 3 with the second option presented by Mr. Larkin.
Okay, perfect. Did you have any other questions? Any other board members have any other comments to staff?
I don't. It sounds like we're going to have a 60-day progress report and some updated info on traffic management, which if the venue is very successful, that will be an issue. So I think that's very good. I'm pretty happy with it at this point.
Okay, you want to move it?
Yeah, I'm happy to move it with Michael's modifications.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Mr. Milan, seconds. Michael, you want to do the roll call?
Sure. So the motion for approval was by Mr. Perno, seconded by Mr. Milan. Mr. Brantley again is absent. Mr. Batia.
Yes.
Mr. Milan.
Yes.
Mr. Perno.
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi.
Yes.
Mr. Weeder.
Yes.
And Ms. DiPietro.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Great. Thank you all for your time.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, we have moving on to the rest of our amendments and land development regulations. We have Planning Board File PB 200394, Post-Disaster Temporary Zoning Relief In-Person Quorum Requirement.
Okay, so this ordinance, again, file number PB 200394. It was an item that was previously reviewed on September 22nd, 2020, but we had to continue it because it needed to be renoticed with a 30-day notice. It was also continued again in October to allow for some minor clarifications pursuant to state law regarding the quorum requirements. Just to refresh everybody's memory, the ordinance has 4 major components. The first is to formalize the process which we are now undertaking, which allows for the hybrid in-person and virtual meetings during a state of emergency where only a quorum has to be present at the physical location. So this documents what we're doing now in the ordinance. The second component is to authorize the city manager to approve temporary uses during a state of emergency, regardless of the zoning district. The manager would be able to incorporate any conditions deemed necessary to protect the surrounding neighborhood. The use could remain for 120 days, and the city commission could extend it for an additional 120 days at a public hearing. After that point, the use has to cease. The third is to authorize the use of camper trailers and recreational vehicles as a temporary dwelling in the event that a home is uninhabitable following a natural emergency. A TCU would be required. The camper or recreational vehicle could only remain on the property for 120 days with a possible 120-day extension if progress on repairs is demonstrated. And then the fourth item is to authorize outdoor sale or rental of home improvement products. This is to allow for a greater volume of such goods to be brought into the city in order to satisfy expected increased demand. The city manager would have the authority to authorize this and specify the geographic areas where it would be allowed. And it's suggested that it would only be used when there are state of emergencies that cause significant property damage. And the outdoor sales would have to end when the state of emergency ends. So if you have any additional questions, I'm available. Otherwise, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. We did discuss this previously. I think you expanded the number of days as per our last recommendation. Board members, before I open it up to the public, I don't see any hands, but anyone have any questions for staff?
Sorry, is this in our board packet? I can't find the page number. Or could somebody tell me the page number? I don't seem to see it there.
I think this was transmitted as a supplemental.
Okay. Let me look there.
Okay, so
if you could find it, if you go on the internet version, the web-based version, you can click through to it.
I can't do that. I'm in person today, Mark.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Unless any other board members have immediate questions, I'll open it up to the public, and then we can come back to the board for further deliberation.
And Nick, it should have been emailed to you yesterday. So if you check your email, you'll get it. Okay.
I just found it. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. So let's open up the public hearing. We have Mr. Bruce Backman. Sir, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I was not actually calling on this originally, but did I hear you say that this emergency provision would allow the city to authorize otherwise prohibited uses in certain neighborhoods? For instance, if entertainment were prohibited, the city manager could somehow allow it for 120 days with an extension, or did I miss?
No, the use would have to be something relevant to allow for the recovery of the neighborhood. It wouldn't just be an entertainment use. It would have to be something necessary to allow that neighborhood to recover. I can't tell you specifically what it would be because we don't know what the issue would be after a state of emergency, but it can't just be authorizing something unrelated to the emergency.
So like when in Sunset Harbor where entertainment is prohibited, they wouldn't suddenly decide that an establishment could then offer entertainment.
No, that wouldn't be allowed under this.
Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Not a problem.
All right. Anyone else from the public? I don't see any other hands. All right, seeing none, we'll close public hearing. Bringing it back to the board. Anybody have questions for staff?
I do. Is there a definition in this ordinance about what constitutes a disaster or a post-disaster?
It's not defined specifically in this ordinance, but I believe Florida statutes and the City Code of Ordinances has definitions for what constitutes an emergency. Let me see if I can find that.
Like our global pandemics, emergencies, or no?
Yes, the states of emergencies are declared as a result of this pandemic.
Rogelio, I think the ordinance references during a declaration of a state of emergency for most, if not all, of these different components. So
yes.
for the use component, isn't it required that there be a declaration?
Yes.
Okay.
So whatever the definition to authorize a declaration of a state of emergency, whatever that is.
Under state law. So for instance, hurricanes, obviously for COVID, we've been under a state of emergency, both at the local and statewide level since about March. So either one of those would cover.
So it can be a state of emergency either declared by the governor or declared by our city manager and commission, I'm assuming?
That's right, Daniel.
Great.
All right, board members, any other questions for staff?
I think this is a very smart idea. I like it a lot and support it.
Yeah, and during an emergency, we don't want people to go through bureaucracy, through these basic things that we can expect. Fortunately, we haven't had any storms hit our area directly, but we certainly can expect if one did, that these would be good things to have in place to keep things moving forward. Unless any board members have any more comments, we'll entertain a motion.
I would move it if nobody has any more comments.
Here a second.
I'll second.
All right, Michael, you want to call the roll?
Sure. The motion was made by Mr. Jelpe, seconded by Mr. Barano for a favorable recommendation to the City Commission. Mr. Brantley is still absent. Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Mr. Milland?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpe?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to our next item, Planning Board File PB 200399, City 2 Alton Road Outdoor Movie Theaters. This is coming back in front of us for revised boundaries. Staff, if you would like to start presenting the item.
Yes. So again, this is file number PB 20-0399 related to revisions to the boundaries of the CD2 area of Alton Road where outdoor movie theaters are allowed. You may recall that on June 24th, the Planning Board transmitted an ordinance with a favorable recommendation to the City Commission, which allows for outdoor movie theaters with certain limitations. The major one being that the audio be through headphones, and it's as a conditional use. The ordinance has since been adopted. However, the City Commission had concerns over the potential proliferation of such uses in areas where they may be less desirable and potentially impact residents. So that's why this ordinance was referred separately after that ordinance was adopted. The original ordinance authorized outdoor theaters as a conditional use on the west side of Alton Road between 4th Street and Collins Canal. This ordinance reduces those boundaries to the west side of Alton Road from 16th Street to Collins Canal. So this ensures that the outdoor theaters will be located near Lincoln Road, where there's more intense commercial uses, and where they can benefit from the areas, from the proximity to the area's attractions. So the Lincoln Road dining establishments, it fits in with the nature of the Lincoln Road area. So as you may be aware, it is expected that the outdoor theater that spearheaded this amendment will be coming before the planning board next month. And so this is a really small amendment just to ensure that the use does not proliferate throughout the area. And so staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Anyone have any immediate questions for staff before I open it to the public? Seeing none, I don't see any hands from anyone from the public. I'll give it a second. If anyone from the public wants to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Seeing none, let's go ahead and close public comment. Coming back to the board, any questions or anyone want to move this item?
I would move it. Jelpy.
A second.
All right. We have a first and a second. Michael, you want to call the roll?
Sure, the motion was made by Mr. Jelpy, seconded by Mr. Weeder. Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Mr. Milland?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Brantley being absent.
All right, that's great. Moving along, next file, Planning Board File 200401, Prohibited Uses in Sunset Harbor Neighborhood. Staff, would you like to please present?
Yes, so this item, file PB 20-0401, related to prohibited uses in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. This ordinance builds upon recent amendments to protect the character of the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. We've had some recent ones that prohibit entertainment, hostels, bars, dance halls, formula retail and restaurants, and several others. So this ordinance simply prohibits certain uses which may hinder the unique experiences that residents of the area are seeking. These additional uses are pawn shops, tobacco and vape dealers, packaged liquor stores, check cashing stores, convenience stores, occult science establishments, those are fortune tellers, tarot card readers, of the like, souvenir and t-shirt shops, and tattoo studios. The prohibitions are very similar to those that exist in Lincoln Road. We have them on 71st Street in the Art Deco MIMO overlay, which covers the Art Deco district on Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue, and Ocean Terrace. So we've been doing these in some of the more popular commercial districts. And then the ordinance also helps to implement a comprehensive plan amendment that seeks to encourage appropriate neighborhood type commercial uses in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. So it's a simple ordinance to prohibit these uses. And with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the item to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, board members, does anyone have any comments or questions for staff at the moment before we open it to public?
I want to ask you, a convenience store, is that like if you live in a building and has a store that sells milk and cereals and basics, is that a convenience store?
That would be, if it's a small convenience store, yes, that would be a related use, an affected use.
Well, to follow on to Mark's question, can you go a little deeper into that? I mean, I understand some of them are really yucky and trashy, but they're also kind of a necessary local convenience. There's a huge Publix and a Fresh Market right in the neighborhood, but and do you have a sense that this particular piece of it is something the residents want that currently live there?
I think you described the reason. Most of the convenience stores that we've seen in the city are not very desirable. There's several along Washington Avenue, especially on Washington Avenue, that they're not very desirable neighborhood uses. They tend to overcharge for a lot of the products. They're not well maintained. And so that's why it's generally seen as a negative in several neighborhoods. And that's why it was incorporated into this ordinance, just to ensure that those negative types of convenience stores don't open up in the area.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
I just, if I live in Sunset Harbors, and I don't know if they have a little store in that building. A lot of buildings have these little stores. They sell those kind of items, but it seems to me we don't want to necessarily unintentionally, because that's really more of an amenity to a lot of buildings.
If it's internal to a building and not directly accessible from the sidewalk, that's a different story. That would be an allowable use. Part of the definition of convenience store is that it be directly accessible from the sidewalk. So something internal to the building. So if one of the condo buildings on Purdy Avenue have an internalized convenience store that's really not visible from the street, that's a different use that's not affected by this definition.
Is it front facing the street there, or is it like first? I think there may be something in the back of some of these buildings where they sell by the marinas and stuff. I think there may be little shops there that sell to people with boaters and.
Right. So it's specific that it has to be directly accessible from the sidewalk.
Okay.
And then as far as a packaged liquor store, would a wine shop qualify under that restriction?
I don't believe so. They have a different type of a liquor license.
I know there's an existing liquor store. I agree what we've done in other parts of the city where we restrict the number of liquor stores within a certain radius. I think prohibiting it completely out of this neighborhood, I mean, I don't see liquor stores as a negative. Forcing somebody to go in their car and leave their neighborhood to purchase liquor seems counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve. Has there been any thought to that?
I think it comes from the fact that many of the liquor stores in the city are just seen as drawing some crime and some negative attributes to the neighborhood and negative attention to the neighborhood. So I think it really comes from that point of view that it was incorporated into this ordinance.
Okay.
And Daniel, this is Tom. We already have a distance separation requirement for package stores that is effective citywide. And so I think that in and of itself would create the kind of separation that you're looking for. But this was the type of use where I think the community as a whole, while they were happy with an existing liquor store, they were concerned even with the distance separation requirements that we have under Chapter 6. And I can pull that up and let you know exactly what it is. But even with those distance separation requirements in Chapter 6, I think that they were still a little bit concerned about those, having a proliferation. And the minimum distance separation between retail stores primarily selling alcoholic beverage for consumption off premises is 1,500 feet. Now, a retail store, a package store may obtain conditional use approval from the planning board to operate at a lesser distance from an existing store, but in no event shall such a store open at a distance of not less than 700 feet from an existing store. So in this particular instance, by making it a conditional use, the liquor stores would still need to adhere to these distance separation requirements. But even if they met the 1,500 foot distance separation requirement, they would still be required to come before you as a conditional use. Originally, they were going to be prohibited, but the land use committee recommended that instead they be made a conditional use.
But does this ordinance prohibit them outright in Sunset Harbor?
No, it makes them a conditional use. So there are conditional
uses become conditional? or
What's
just
that?
the liquor store? Do all those uses listed
No.
become?
No, when you look in the ordinance draft, it's very clear what section 142-303 under CD2 lists the conditional uses. 142-305 lists all the prohibited uses. Most of this ordinance expands the prohibited uses. However, when this went to land use last month, land use recommended that package stores be relocated from prohibited uses to conditional uses. So even if a liquor store met the 1,500-foot distance separation requirement, they would still be required to obtain conditional use approval.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. If the board members are okay, we have 3 hands up from the public. I'm going to open up public comment, and then we can come back and finalize our deliberation. So opening it to public comment, we have Marilyn Freundlich. Apologize if I said that incorrectly.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Thank you. Hi to everybody. My name is Marilyn Freundlich. I live in the townhomes, Sunset Harbor. And regarding the packaged liquor, we have discussed this at length in the neighborhood. And we're very happy with the one that we have now. So by all means, if anything else, that should be grandfathered. The one we have now is it's a very, very nice shop, and it doesn't attract the kind of public that we don't want to attract in Sunset Harbor. Another thing that I was thinking maybe, because the current liquor store that we have sells food, small bites. Maybe that could be a conditional use to have a store provide another service to the community to make it more palatable. So it's not just like a packaged liquor store where people come and get a 6-pack. That was just a suggestion. But, if conditional use at least is a good deterrent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Bruce Packman, you're up.
Do you hear me now? Yep. So just reiterating Marilyn's, we're all supportive of Azul Liquor because she's exactly the type of small local business and locally owned. She lives here in the Sunset Harbor Towers that the overlay district and comprehensive plan was designed to protect while we're trying to keep out large big boxes and chains. The CUP use is great because our main concern was Azul has faced flood incidents in the past, and if she needed to relocate within the neighborhood for any reason, we would want to make sure that were possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckman. Our third public comment comes from Azul Spirits. Can you please identify yourself?
Hi, my name is Adela Villagrán. I am the owner of Azul Spirits and Wine.
Welcome.
I've been in the neighborhood since 2008, and like Bruce mentioned, I work here and I reside here. And I just wanted to make sure I wrote a letter to the commissioner that there will be some sort of grandfathering in case, like Bruce mentioned, I have to move from my locale to another one, or even if I just wanted to expand to the space next to me, which is currently empty, that I would not have any restrictions or have to go before the board for special permission in case that were to happen. I think I've been an asset to the community, and just want to make sure that I'm not left out of the community since I've been here since before Sunset Harbor became what Sunset Harbor is today.
Well, we certainly have already voiced our concerns in that regard, and when we deliberate, we'll make sure to cover that point. But just so you're aware, should you have to relocate your business, I don't believe that non-conforming use would travel to a new location, which would be a new BTR. So when we deliberate, we'll make sure to cover that point. And if you have additional questions while we're deliberating, since you're directly impacted, please raise your hand so we can take your comment at that time. Okay. Anyone else from the public wish to make any comments? All right, I'm going to close public comment for the time being, with the exception of Azul in our deliberation, should they have any direct questions during our deliberation. Tom, I am reviewing the ordinance. I am not seeing a conditional use process for liquor package stores in the specific CD2 section that's in front of me. Is there another section of the code that's outlining the ability to seek it through a CUP?
No, the issue is that you have a different version of the ordinance. You don't have the updated version of the ordinance. You got the version of the ordinance that actually went to land use. We updated it, but we did not get you guys the updated version. The only change is that we moved packaged liquor stores from the prohibited uses in 142.305 to conditional uses in 142.303. And we did that for both CD2 and for I1. So in I1, we moved it from prohibited uses in 142.485 to conditional uses in 142.483.
Perfect. Okay, so just for our previous caller, public comment for Azul, it does appear that the ordinance going to commission is going to allow you to seek that use through a conditional use process. So if you have to change locations, you'll have to apply to the planning board for allowing the packaged liquor store use within that neighborhood. It's an extra step, but it'll still provide it. Yes, Tom.
Yeah, Daniel, if I could address that. Late yesterday, the sponsor of this item asked the city attorney and I to draft an applicability section that would allow packaged liquor stores that become legal nonconforming to be able to relocate or expand within Sunset Harbor. And so we are going to put an applicability section into the ordinance for first reading when this goes to the commission. So I believe that Azul is the only package store in the Sunset Harbor area, so they would be the only ones impacted by this, but that would give them the ability to either relocate or move within the Sunset Harbor area.
Wow, that's great. Very accommodating of staff to recognize that. I'm sure it's going to help the applicant. I'd hate to have a landlord hold a current use hostage, seeing that their grandfather did in one location. So that's great to hear. Any other comments from board members on this item?
I'm satisfied.
Do we need to do anything like that for the package and for convenience stores or no? I mean, is there an issue for some of those type stores?
Well, Mark, I can tell you my comment. And once Rogelio said that they were permitted inside a building, that was different. That satisfied my concerns.
Yeah, you know, I agree with you, Michael. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. If everyone's okay with it, we can move forward. Anyone want to move it?
I'll be happy to move it. I think this is a great neighborhood-friendly ordinance. I'm happy to get behind it.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and second. Michael, you want to call roll?
Sure. So the motion was made by Mr. Barano, seconded by Mr. Milan. Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
And Mr. Batia?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Brantley absent.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next item. I believe it's Planning Board File PB 200403, CD2 Alton Road and I1 Terminal Island height amendments.
Okay, so
would you like to present?
Yes. So again, this is, as you stated, PB 200403 related to commercial height limits for office uses on Alton Road and Terminal Island. So the city is noticing some trends that indicate that several businesses are relocating to Florida due to a favorable tax climate. As a result, there has been an increased demand for high-end or also known as Class A office space. And one of the typical features of high-end office space is high ceiling heights. The current height limits in some areas where the office uses would be most desirable would prevent the development of high-end office uses, especially when parking is taken into consideration. So due to direct access to major roadways that provide easy access to the mainland and access to public transportation. The proposed ordinance affects the Alton Road corridor, specifically the CD2 areas of the Alton Road corridor, and the I-1 district on Terminal Island. It would not affect the CD2 properties on the east side of Alton Road that also fall within the Alton Road Historic District Buffer Overlay. So east of Alton Road, it would only apply between 15th Street and 17th Street. On the west side of Alton Road, it would apply to all CD2 properties. So what the ordinance does is it would authorize properties that have a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet that use a minimum of 0.45 of their FAR for office uses to increase their height. In the CD2 district, the height would go from 50 or 60 feet to 75 feet. And on the Terminal Island area, the height limit would go from 40 feet to 75 feet. This should allow for sufficient room to accommodate required parking plus the additional higher floor to ceiling heights that are otherwise not possible and would be required of a high-end office space. The Land Use and Sustainability Committee is also considering other neighborhoods where these incentives could be considered and perhaps other limitations, Sunset Harbor being one of those. So those may come before the Planning Board at some point in the future. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Board transmit the ordinance to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. And I believe one of the property owners from Terminal Island is also going to be presenting some of their concepts.
Okay, before we open it up to the public, can you clarify for me the FAR associated with the CD2? Is that a 2.0 FAR for these areas?
The FAR in CD2 is the standard is 1.5. They can go to 2.0 if they get the mixed use bonus. So it would require that 25% of the floor area be used for either hotel or residential uses. And then they would have to get this additional height, they would have to use 0.45 of the FAR for office uses. So it would have to be incorporated into a mixed use building in order to get that 2.0.
And I think it's fair to say that they're going to be moving forward with a mixed use project. I mean, as much as we want office space, I don't see the post-pandemic world rushing to build office space. So let's assume that they're going to move forward with the mixed use. You're looking at them gaining height for providing 25% of an office use, specifically to Terminal Island, where they've been seeking a height increase. By creating 25% of the project to be office use, they're able to get their 75-foot height limit, which I'm sure the rest would be residential. So that's just something to keep in mind.
On the Terminal Island project, it is an I-1 district, which does not allow for residential uses. So in that case, the project would likely be fully office or have some other light industrial or commercial uses, but I think it's going to be fully office. The applicant can describe that better. For the CD2, it's likely that it's going to have a mix of residential, office, and retail.
Okay.
I have a quick question before we move forward to the presentation. Sure. So I think it was last year somebody's got their mic on here next to me. Nick, there you go. Thanks. There was a referendum that went to the public regarding Alton Road and height. Can somebody, Tom, how does what we're doing here or what we're being asked to do here relate to that? And where did you come up? And where did you come up with the 0.45? I don't like that aspect of it in CD2 at all. I mean, I think if we want office, we ought to, if we're going to give height for office, we ought to get an office building.
So as it pertains to the ballot question in 2019 that failed, that ballot question would have allowed for what is now a 0.5 bonus for residential in the CD2 to also apply to offices. That did not pass. So the 0.5 bonus is only applicable to residential still. With regard to the height, we actually looked at that number regarding the minimum FAR that would be needed for a project to be considered truly an office project. And we contemplated a number of different benchmarks that could be used for that. And it's difficult because with office projects, one of the things we wanted to make sure that we didn't do was exclude, for instance, activation at the first level. We didn't want office uses at the first levels. So Obviously, the FAR at the first level, hopefully, will be for retail, personal service, other types of commercial uses that would activate the sidewalk. The reason that we didn't go with a higher number than 0.45 is because we also wanted for the ability of these projects to be truly mixed use in terms of being able to accommodate a more limited residential component if that was the desire. We didn't want somebody to be locked into solely office only. Now, obviously, that's a policy decision. The planning board may decide that, no, if you want the extra height, as you just said, you should be a substantially office type project and not have any residential, and the non-office FAR should be limited to first floor commercial. We felt that having the ability to have an opportunity for some mixed use element was a good thing. If the planning board feels differently, you can certainly make that recommendation to the commission, and they would take that into consideration.
Okay, well, we'll hear what everyone else has to say. And with respect to Daniel's comment about the pandemic, I know that's a kind of a big macro thing that's going on for sure. But with regard to South Florida, there are a tsunami of investment firms that want to move to South Florida. My neighborhood, right across the street from where I live, the entire building was just leased up by an investment firm for $92 a square foot. Apparently, the highest price for office space ever paid in South Florida, according to what I read. So we do have an opportunity here to attract some folks who want Class A space in Miami Beach. I'll remind everybody that this board approved a little while back a New York Stock Exchange traded company, Starwood, right across the street from one hotel. So why wouldn't folks want to live, work, and play in Miami Beach? I think we ought to be for this, but I want it to be, for me, for the CD2 piece, the industrial, that's kind of an easy deal. But for the CD2, I'm interested to hear more about why the two combined and why I should support both.
All right, thank you for that comment. We'll come back and deliberate. If you're okay, we'll open it up for public comment, unless any other board members have any questions.
That's what I was expecting we would do. So,
just listen, Daniel. Before you, just to echo Michael's statements, it's true. I mean, I see it. I see what's happening. Who's moving here, and the lack of opportunities for office space will ultimately perhaps make us lose potential business to other cities like Palm Beach, which does have quite a bit, on the west side, on West Palm Beach. And unfortunately, Miami Beach just doesn't have that right now. So I think to the extent that we could encourage these kind of projects, I think it changes the dynamic of who we are, right? We rely so much on tourism, which came and bit us here in this pandemic, as opposed to different types of businesses, which perhaps are more sustainable.
No, and I agree with you 100%. I think you're both right that we should encourage office use. Even in town center, we failed to incorporate the requirement for an office use, and you don't see offices being built. And I think post-pandemic, this need to commute long distances isn't as viable. And I think there'll still be a demand for office space, but more localized. So I certainly think this is in the right direction to incentivize office use. And I think when we deliberate, it'll be a question of is 25% enough to get this bonus? Because clearly they're going to meet that requirement just to get the residential use at that 75-foot level, which we can deliberate more. I'll open it up to public comment. I guess.
Daniel, to add to your comment, that residential use is likely to be high-end luxury, something we don't necessarily need more of in Miami Beach. We need to diversify, in my view. So.
Yeah, it'll definitely be high-end residential because the cost of construction on Miami Beach is so high and so inefficient that the only way you can develop is building that high-end residential, which is why that previous project for workforce housing was so interesting. I'm going to open it up to public comment. I guess Tracy Slavins, I believe you're the representative for the Terminal Island.
Mr. Vice Chairman, how much time would you like to allow?
I'm okay with 2 minutes unless she has a presentation or has additional comments. We can give her some more time.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. This is Tracy Slavens. My address is 701 Brickell Avenue, Suite 3300, Miami, Florida. I do represent the owners of the property on Terminal Island, Miami Beach Port LLC, and also property owners on Alton Road. We've worked extensively with staff to draft this ordinance, and I think there are some things that you've highlighted that we can talk about in our discussion. I do have a brief presentation for you. It'll take a little more than 2 minutes, probably more like 5 if you'll give me the time, and I can run you through the slides pretty quickly if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, great. We can start then with the presentation, please. So this amendment is about economic resiliency. It came up at a time when we realized that diversifying our economy is of utmost importance. It's something that the Finance Committee has discussed at length. And as my clients have proceeded with the development plans for their properties, they realized that there was actually a very significant demand for Class A office space in Miami Beach. I think there's a real attention here because of the desirability of living on Miami Beach and working nearby. And what a lot of the financial leaders of our country and of our planet have realized when they move to Miami Beach, there's not a place for them to set up an office that meets their expectations. If we could turn on the slides, please, I'll walk you through that. I'll keep talking in the meantime while they're loading. Communications, please. As Tom mentioned, the height ordinance is an incentive for office use. It does not apply district-wide. It's for certain corridors that are appropriate for an office initiative. And there's also no change to any other aspects of the district regulations. So no change in FAR, no change in uses or anything else. What we realize, communications, can you put up the slides, please?
We didn't receive the presentation for this actual application. Was it submitted to Novus?
It was submitted, and I thought when we talked this morning, you said you had it. Okay, well then I'll skip it and just keep talking. We've received quite a bit of interest, particularly for Terminal Island. And to answer your question, Mr. Badia, Terminal Island is proposed to be a primarily office development with a restaurant use and the existing marina use to continue. But what they realized was that in 40 feet, there is not really a way to deliver the kind of Class A office that you can get in Wynwood or Coconut Grove today, brand new, high ceilings, boutique buildings. So the goal here is to be able to provide that under the Miami Beach Code and allow really just for the higher ceilings in these buildings. It allows for, even in a post-COVID world, a better product because you can have better HVAC systems and larger private offices. We looked at what was available in Wynwood and what was available in Coconut Grove. And what we found was that, most of the new buildings have 12 to 15 foot ceilings floor to floor for their office spaces. And that's something that most high-end businesses want for their office space. In Miami Beach, the best you can accomplish is about 8.5 feet. So we're really losing out to other neighborhoods, even in Miami Beach, let alone Palm Beach. On Terminal Island with the 75 feet, we would be able to create a really beautiful 5-story building that accommodates parking as well, and create a state-of-the-art office development at the entrance to the city. On Alton Road, there's an incentivization to create the same concept because it is a commercial corridor and where we want to focus our business attention. One of the things that you mentioned was the 0.45 FAR. When we worked with Tom on devising that number, it really came from the concept of a mixed use building, where if you have a 2.0 FAR, then you're assuring that a quarter of your building, if not more with the back of the house, is in fact the office use, but perhaps that can be converted from an FAR reference to a percent. I think that would be appropriate because in CD2, you do have both 1.5 and 2.0 FARs, but you do want to encourage ground floor retail and restaurant space. And often in these new buildings, in the commercial corridors in particular, you end up having, a residential or hotel use on the upper floors because they're a marquee address. That happened at 1111. It happened in the Trader Joe's building. And, you see it in the plans that come through for review in front of this board. So we think it's a win-win for everyone. It creates a long-term positive economic impact and a diversification of our economy. It allows for a mixed-use environment, or an environment where you can have employment supporting the local businesses. By having office workers in a building, you have better business traffic on the ground level with the businesses and restaurants at lunchtime and throughout the week, where typically they may only have evening or weekend business traffic. So we really do think that this supports the beach as a whole, and it creates a really crucial bonus to our economy in Miami Beach. And we capture a lot of the investment that's come to our city in the last year. And just to use an example, Carl Icahn has relocated to Miami Beach, but he couldn't find Class A office space in Miami Beach, and he set up his office in Sunny Isles. We don't want that to happen again. As we look at the headlines and we see that executives from Amazon and hedge funds and other financial institutions invest in Miami Beach to live, we also want them to invest in Miami Beach to work, and we want to be able to provide them with the top of the line product for their office. With that, I'll answer any questions you have.
Ms. Slavens, can you confirm if you reached out to the Coast Guard about this ordinance and how it would impact their operations?
Yes, both the Miami Beach Port LLC folks have reached out to the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard has been communicating with the planning department, and they issued a letter that they have no objection to the office use or the height.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to other people in the public comment period, and seeing that you're directly impacted during deliberations, if you want to make a comment, please raise your hand. Moving on to Marilyn Frindlich, you're on.
Hi, this is Marilyn again. Thank you. I live, as I said before in the previous item, in Sunset Harbor. And although this does not affect Sunset Harbor right now, it is going to come back to you with Sunset Harbor eventually. And I just want to let you know that I personally am very much in favor of this product. Office and mixed use in the ground floor that will attract foot traffic. It will serve the people that will occupy those offices. It will benefit the neighborhood. And I think this is a great concept, especially under the circumstances that we're living today. And I support the height. I think height is not a four-letter word. And just want to be on the record that when it comes time to Sunset Harbor, we want you guys to appreciate what these two developers want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn, for your comments. Bruce Beckman, you're on.
There, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I just want a clarification from Tom about the mixed use component. From what I understand that you said, as long as a project is 25% residential, they get bonus FAR. So instead of being 1.5, they can have a FAR of 2, and that residential component can include a regular hotel. Is that correct?
I believe it says hotel and residential in the code, but let me
please
verify
confirm. That's
that.
very important to us because that may come back. There is definitely no consensus in Sunset Harbor whatsoever for 75 feet, I can assure you.
Okay. And so just to be clear, Mr. Beckman, this is not being proposed for the Sunset Harbor neighborhood at this time.
I'm aware of that. I just wanted to know the rule about the CD2 and the mixed-use FAR component, that's all.
Tom, I'm assuming you're looking that up at this moment?
Yeah. If you want to go to the next speaker, I can. I just want to verify that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, it's okay. I've got it. It's residential or hotel units.
And the code is specific on the percentage of mixed use?
25%. When 25% of the total area of a building is used for residential or hotel units, the FAR shall be as set forth in the RM2 district, which is 2.0.
Perfect. All right. Hopefully that answers Mr. Beckman's question. Gail, you are up.
Hello there. My name is Gail Durham. I live on West Avenue, and Alton Road is in my backyard. I think there's something disingenuous going on here. You can't say there is a strong desire for businesses to move into Class A, and then at the same time say we need to incentivize Class A. I mean, if there's a strong desire, then build it because it's going to get filled in no time, right? No one is preventing developers from building Class A office space. They could do it tomorrow. Build your Class A, put in a nice gym, maybe a sauna, some nice upgrades, some chandeliers. Go for it. Why do we have to pretend like we're preventing Class A? We're not. Also, shouldn't the incentive be given to the tenant, not to the developer? What's to stop the developer from receiving this height increase and then instead of putting a Class A office space, putting in a yoga studio instead? With the excuse, well, I couldn't get a tenant, so I had to do the yoga instead. That wouldn't accomplish anything for us. I oppose the height increase on Alton Road for many reasons. I'll just give you another reason. In the past 5 years, we have increased the height on Alton Road twice to do incentivizing. It's supposed to be 50 feet on Alton Road. Well, we increased it to 60. And then 6 months later, that 60 feet got increased to 70 feet to incentivize, I think, parking and to incentivize something else. But, we're already up to 70 feet when it was 50 feet on Alton. I mean, is this going to add like another 25 feet to the 70 feet? No one's addressed that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll try to address your concerns in our deliberations. Is there anyone else from the public that wishes to comment at this time? I'm not seeing any other hands. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment and we'll come back to the board. I'll make just 2 opening comments if it's okay with the board members. Number one, during the North Beach master plan process and that Dover Cole took us through, we learned a lot about current standards for office space. And most certainly there was a large discussion or an extensive discussion about 12 to 15 foot height ceilings that would allow a lot more natural light to come into a building. And it would allow you to create a more efficient workplace, which is what is in demand today and meets today's standards for a workplace. So I can certainly understand the desire to not increase density, but increase the ceiling height for a commercial use that would meet the standards that people are looking for. I also feel that a 75-foot height limit within a 2.0 FAR is certainly a good design envelope to have. And you also have that restriction on the lot size. It has to be 7,500 square feet lot size or larger. The other question I have for staff is, why are we not considering this in North Beach commercial districts? Specifically the Normandy Isle commercial district that is not historic, or the Collins Avenue west side between 73rd and 75th that is also non-historic. Has staff considered the height increase there to incentivize office use?
The North Beach area is going to be part of the City Commission discussion tomorrow. And as you may be aware, this item has been bifurcated. When it went to land use a few months ago, the Land Use Committee recommended that it move forward by transmitting the Terminal Island and Alton Road portions to the Planning Board, but then keeping the rest of it at the Commission. So at the last Commission meeting in October, the Commission continued the discussion regarding Sunset Harbor, and they also asked staff to do a little bit more work and analysis of the North Beach area. And so that's going to be coming back to the City Commission for discussion tomorrow. And if the commission so directs us, then we would include the North Beach area.
Is staff's recommendation for North Beach positive to include the 75 height increase?
We didn't recommend that North Beach be included for a couple of reasons. One, the TCC area we believe is the area best suited, and the TC1 area for these types of larger offices. That's why you had the upzoning. But our biggest concern with the two CD2 areas you just described in Harding Townside and on Normandy Isle is that they're surrounded by lower scale historic districts. And because of that limited area, we didn't believe that that would be ideally suited for a height increase like this. Now, with that said, the commission might feel differently. And if they believe that North Beach, those areas of North Beach should be considered for this type of height increase, then they can certainly make that referral.
Okay. So I'll open it up to the rest of the board members. I do want us to discuss the specific limited FAR ratio versus the percentage. And I do think that percentage might be a better way to go, but I'll let the rest of the board members take it from there.
Yeah, I have a follow-up for Ms. Slavens regarding Terminal Island, or regarding this proposal.
I'd like to. Well, excuse me, Michael. I'm sorry. I tried to say something before, but my mute button was on, so I would have beat you to the punch. But now you've got priority. But I have a few comments on the overall issues that are being posed by this office space versus residential space conundrum. And if you want to go ahead, or you can, but if not, I won't be long. If anything this pandemic has done, it has sent a clear message that more and more people are moving to home offices. And I think that the board should consider, in the approval of any office space, that it could be converted to residential space, because I think office space as a future viable entity will probably diminish greatly. And we don't want to wind up with a bunch of buildings that are empty as offices, and people are not going to be able to live in them. And on the other hand, if I don't know what the data is or what the statistics are on this issue, but I think it might be very short-sighted of this board to go ahead with a blanket kind of incentives for office buildings in Miami Beach. The West Palm Beach analogy doesn't work because there's Miami on the other side. So Miami would be equivalent to West Palm Beach, and there's certainly no shortage of office space over there. So are we really a residential tourist community, or are we a community where we're going to be having offices with commuters, with more traffic? I mean, I understand the master plan, but times are changing very quickly, and I think the city has to change with it. So my question to Tom Mooney is, what are the trends that are happening that should affect long-term decisions of this board, other than just resiliency? I mean, is there a probability that office space is going to run disused because more and more people are not going to be working in offices?
Long term, we don't see that. We believe that offices will always have a place and a use. If that was the case, there's a lot of offices that you would have seen converted to residential. Where we have seen that in other cities is where they've converted warehouses to residential. Those are ideal for loft spaces, but we've also seen instances where warehouses have been converted to loft office spaces. And so I don't think that you're ever going to see down the road, and when I say down the road, I mean in the coming decades, well after I leave, I don't think you're going to see just automatically going from office one day to residential. What you might see is a true hybrid where you've got more true live workspace. But I believe as it is now, a lot of people, they still like to have a separate office. They like to be close by. They don't want to have to drive for an hour. They'd much prefer to either be able to walk, take a short transit ride, or take a bike ride. And that's where I think we're in a very unique position, because obviously we have a very, very stable residential market, and people that are buying second or third homes here, they would love to be able to have office space near there because they want to be able to have a different office. So we haven't seen anything that would indicate that there is not going to be an office market.
And over how long a period of time have you studied this trend? I mean, this is a very new situation we have now. We have, in my neighborhood, we have FedEx trucks, we have Prime trucks, we have UPS trucks coming in and out like it's 42nd Street and Fifth Avenue. And I just think that this is all going to change exponentially. So
one of the things that you have to be careful about,
if you have somebody here who has a second or third home, if you have somebody here who has a second or third home, and they're going to have, big apartments with home offices where they can communicate with their home base or wherever they're from. I don't know about planning office buildings now. I think it's a slippery slope, and I don't.
One of the things that you have to be careful about is there's a lot that's happened in the last 8 months with the pandemic, a lot, but we have to be careful that we're not making, rash decisions based upon what's happened over the last 8 months. Clearly, the last 8 months have shown what we can do remotely, what we can do digitally, and what can happen when virtually everything is delivered to you. With that said, I think that people really do miss socializing. And I think that, people have a longing to come back to their office and interact with people. And I think that over time, that's going to ultimately win out. And so I don't think that, just based upon the 8 months, you can assume that the office market is just going to completely go belly up and everything's going to be converted to residential. We haven't seen anything that would indicate that.
Well, there used to be a Sears Roebuck catalog, and now there's not even a Sears Roebuck. And, small mom and pop businesses are going under left and right because of giants like Amazon. And even Walmart is going basically online. And so if you can do everything that you could do in an office, I think the tendency for people is going to be to do it digitally. Meetings like this, I mean, a lot of the members on this board have already said, gee, it's kind of silly that we have to go back to hybrid meetings, and that the government, the governor made a mistake with, repealing the order that makes it inconvenient. Some of us have to go down to the convention center. Some of us can stay home. And so I think the choice is going to be for people to stay home, and the work will be more efficient from home. Even meetings on Zoom will be more efficient than going somewhere. More people will show up. It's just a better way of doing business. Now, the kind of offices that you're looking for in Miami Beach, they're not going to have manufacturing offices here. You're going to have offices that look like homes. There's going to be a computer desk and some people there, and depending on the size of the business, the big businesses are, like Google, 2/3 of their workforce is working at home. Amazon, everyone you call now is working at home. I think this is a transformational time, and I think that building office buildings or putting, I think you could build the buildings, but I think they have to be easily convertible to residential property, because I don't think offices are going to be what we think. And I don't think it's a knee-jerk reaction. I think there's a transformation that's occurred in our community and throughout the world. People feel,
David, like we got a hard stop at 3:00.
Yeah.
So David, I think, there is a big difference on the type of person that's been moving down here. In the past, the type of person who came down here was often a retiree, a successful retiree coming down. You're not always successful, but retirees. What we're seeing here, and I'm seeing it a lot, and just in my law practice, is that people coming down here are people who are far younger, far more successful, and they're moving down here for several different reasons. Some is lifestyle down here, which is very nice, and a lot of it is tax driven because we don't have a state income tax. And so this is real. They're coming down here in droves, and these are people who don't want to sit in their house and work because they may have, for instance, maybe a hedge fund trader, right? A hedge fund trader who has 30 employees or 50 employees or 100 employees, okay? He's not going to sit there every day on Zoom with his employees. He wants his people together with him, and he's going to be working together. I'm right now in my office, and I thank you, Michael Barano, because I was supposed to be there today, but I had to come to my office today. And we have quite a few people working here today. And I can tell you that I enjoy coming to the office. I work, as an attorney, it's a collaborative kind of profession. And Zoom works for a lot of things, David. It does. And it's great for a lot of things. We don't have to go to hearings, in Broward County or in Reno, Nevada. We could do it, in our office. But on the other hand, there's still nothing like being together. And in certain practices, you need to touch paper. You need to be in an office as opposed to a house where you don't have office services and you don't have people helping you out with moving paper and moving product. So I disagree with you in a lot of ways. I think that maybe I'll have a smaller footprint, right? I have a lot of space here, and maybe I'll make it a little bit smaller, but I'm not planning on, my business model certainly is not going to be that I'm going to abandon my office and my law firm is going to be working remotely. We have 45 employees here, right? We're going to stay in an office, and maybe our office will look a little differently, be designed a little differently, but we're going to want to be in a nice place. Okay, we're going to be in an A building like we are, and we want an easy commute. And those are things that are not going to change. And the people that are moving down here are not people who are coming here to live the life of leisure, right? They're not the idle rich. They're the working rich, and they want to keep working and keep businesses going. And they are going to need space, and we're going to lose these people because one thing is wealthy folks have options. They have mobility, so they could go to live and buy an estate in Palm Beach and have a great office in West Palm. It's just as easy as living on Star Island and having a great office on Terminal Island. So I don't think, certainly we're changing and everything's transforming, but there's certain things that I still believe are going to continue going on. I think people are going to still rent office spaces.
Mark, I listen, I practiced law just as maybe longer than you have, and I'm still practicing, and I have an office. And I wind up not going there, partially because of the pandemic and partially because my landlord has left the air conditioning off for 2 months. He's trying to fix the air conditioning in the City National Bank building. It's really outrageous. So what I'm saying is that, when you practiced law early on, you had a big law library. You had rooms and spaces where you would see volumes and volumes of books. And all that's changed now. Law books are obsolete. Books that are not linear are obsolete. So you have a coming obsolescence of traditional work. And while rich people may have the option of having an office, most people are not rich working class. They're working class because they have to work. So I'm not sure I agree with you. I think that I think where we're going is to a more home-centered environment in the long term.
And I think it's going to be a hybrid.
Could we move on, guys?
So why don't we focus? And one good question to staff here is, what happens if a building is CU'd for an office use, gets the height increase, the office use fails? How are we going to protect it? Are we going to then be under pressure to allow a residential use? Tom, if you can speak to that, I think that would be great.
You could potentially, as is the case with any type of use that is specific to either height or setbacks or location, you could not put a non-conforming use in there. So if somebody builds an office, they CO it as an office, they operate it as an office for 10 years, and then all of a sudden it's just not working. Then the commission would have to face a policy decision. If it's one building that's running into that problem, they're probably not going to change the code. But if a bunch of offices just say, look, it's not working, we want to convert, then legislatively, the commission certainly could modify the code to allow those conversions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, did happen in New York, right? You had a lot of office space in Wall Street. I think Crescent Heights did a whole bunch of those kind of deals where they bought office buildings, they converted them into loft residential spaces, and were very successful doing it. So, one thing about office, you have generally, because you have the volume and you have higher ceilings, they make pretty nice apartment units too.
Agreed. I don't think you're right. They couldn't be adaptively reused, not uncostly. I'm sure there's a lot of costs associated with doing that, so it won't be their first turn at it. I think the other question we have to discuss is the 0.45 versus a percentage.
Daniel, could I bring up some topics? Is it too late?
No, you can bring up topics, please, but I just want to move on from the discussion on concerns with office use.
Well, I just want to finish on that. Daniel, why couldn't the buildings be designed so that they're easily convertible? Why couldn't we mandate that the buildings be designed so that it's easy for that particular type of conversion without disturbing the living conditions or making it an apartment?
I don't think that's going to be my concern from a planning perspective. The developer will do that. The building can be converted. It's just an office is not going to be built with the amenities that a building is going to be built. There's not going to be a trash chute. There's not going to be other things, but the structure of the building would probably remain the same. You'll just have to make costly renovations. It won't be easy to convert from an office use to a residential use as an afterthought, I guess was my point. I wouldn't want to force them.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I think it's more relative when you're looking at a parking garage and adaptive use of a parking garage to a residential use. Okay, that's important because you'd have to demolish the parking garage if you didn't think about that at first. But from office to residential, it'd just be a question of cost, not a question of whether they can or not. But I do agree that we have a hard stop at 3. So let's try to move forward. Mr. Barano, you had additional talking points?
Okay, so for Ms. Slavens, regarding Terminal Island, I'm a bit surprised to hear you speaking on behalf of the CD2. Does your client have an interest in the CD2? Is that why you're speaking on behalf of it?
A different client has an interest on Alton Road, yes.
Okay, so, but with regard to Terminal Island, it's industrial zoning. Industrial zoning is at 40 feet, right, on height?
Correct.
A couple of 20-foot high ceilings. What you're proposing or what your client's proposing on Terminal Island is a 5-story, 14-foot plate height office building. Does it have any residential component?
No, it does not.
It can't, right? Because it's industrial zoning.
Correct.
Okay, so for me, guys, this one's clean. This one's easy. They need 75 feet to be able to build a 5-story building. And they're going to build an office building, and I don't know if you all saw the pictures of it, but it's a great looking building. It is a Class A building, and I think it'll attract some of these folks we're talking about. With regard to CD2, I remain unconvinced about the residential component. I don't want to end up with something which we're going for office, Class A office. That's what the conversation's about, and I think that's where the short-term to intermediate-term demand is. Why do we need such a huge residential component as a part of it? And I'm interested in bifurcating this. I'm very interested in the Terminal Island idea, and I remain unconvinced on CD2.
So why don't we discuss the percentage that has to be office to benefit from the extra height? Right now, it's only 0.45. That can be associated with a 1.5 FAR or a 2.0 FAR. So it can either be 30% or 25%. Do we want to demand a higher percentage to go to office use in order to benefit from the height increase?
Well, I think that's what is on my mind. I haven't heard anything that sounded like just the right fit at this point. But once again, if we're trying to attract office, and what percentage of the building could be residential? What is the percentage? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Rogelio.
Yeah, as it's currently proposed.
In CD2, the full building to get the height increase you need to have 0.45 of the FAR be office. But in the CD2, if you're referring to the issue of FAR, at least 25% of the building has to be residential or hotel to get that extra 0.5 FAR bonus. But the full building could be residential or hotel.
Okay, so
but they're two separate metrics
right,
that we're looking at.
Do we have a picture of the building? Do we have a picture of this building? Is it in the submission?
I've seen a picture of it, but I received it from the applicant. I received it from Cullen Mahoney.
To answer your question, no, I don't believe that is part of our package as far as the Terminal Island thought. But if we can stay focused on the percentage, let me start by saying maybe 50% of the building should be office use in order to benefit from the height increase. That would be whether or not they have.
At what point, maybe Tom can speak to this, at what point is it an office building? As at what point is it a mixed use building? I mean, I'm interested in supporting the demand for office space for hedge funds, for technology companies, for folks who I believe there is a pent-up demand and will be coming to South Florida, already coming to South Florida.
So what you're recommending then is if it's a non-mixed use, because to be mixed use, it must contain a residential component. So if it's a non-mixed use, it'd be a 1.5 FAR. And maybe we don't allow the height increase for a mixed use that has residential component in it.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm thinking. If it's an office building, it gets it. If it's mixed use, it does not. Because an office building, once again, guys, across the street from my house, where they just leased for $92 a square foot, it's a 6-story building. I live in an 8-story building. Terminal Island's proposal is for a 5-story building. I mean, if it's truly an office building, I don't think it's going to cause any problems or issues for anybody that lives on either side of Alton Road. But if it's mixed use, it's a different idea as far as I'm concerned.
Staff, can you talk to this effect so we can move on?
I guess the one concern is if they do that, they would be leaving 0.5 FAR on the table, and they may be willing to not want to develop the building if they're going to be leaving 0.5 on the table in terms of FAR.
I understand that. And, you know, again, do we want to consider the mixed use component as the retail with the office use on top? I know that would be a separate code amendment in order to achieve that, but either we're incentivizing office use or not. And if you do want to benefit from the mixed use, then we must have a much higher percentage of office use. So it would be a 75% office use under a mixed use component, which results in only one floor in all likeliness being a residential use on the top.
Daniel, there's another way that you could propose a modification. If collectively the planning board is going to recommend that the height be limited to office only and not to mixed use projects. When I say mixed use, a mix of office and residential, you could always replace the 0.45 with the building shall be solely office with the exception of the first level, which may consist of a mix of other uses. So you could basically specify that the exception to the office floor area would be at the first level, and that would allow for those types of sidewalk engaging commercial uses at the first level, and then all offices above it.
And I think that would be great for the 1.5 envelope, where we're giving them a higher height on the 1.5.
That's correct.
So I agree with you there.
I like
now
that.
Let's move.
Yeah, I like that.
Now let's move to the mixed use scenario, where the ground floor is retail, there's office use, and they want to benefit from the 0.5 bonus. How much of that FAR do we want to allow them to use towards residential use? Tom?
That's ultimately a question for you to decide, because I think that a lot of people, if they're thinking about doing a Class A office project, under the current CD2 regulations, and they're limited to 1.5 for that additional height, they may think twice about doing the project. If they can max out their FAR to 2.0 by doing 0.5 residential, that could tip the scale. I don't think that a 0.5 of residential within a 2.0 building, basically, 25% of the overall building square footage being allocated to residential, is going to result in a significantly, large, oversized residential project. It's probably going to be one of these unique type of hybrid projects. So I would be comfortable with either going with full office, and then the only exception to that would be in a CD2 district. If you want to go for the extra 0.5, you could use the extra 0.5 for residential and still be within the allowable height.
I think that's a great idea. The rest of the board members, how do you feel on that?
I like it. I think that's exactly the kind of compromise I was looking for.
Okay. I'd like to move on this item. Does anyone have any further communication? I know that I have a hand from the public. That's Ms. Slavens. She is one of the impacted individuals. I'm willing to allow her to speak briefly on this. Ms. Slavens.
Thank you, Mr. Badia. I just want to remind everyone that particularly along Alton Road, the ground floor engagement is important. A street presence is important. So, a 50% allocation to office in a mixed use 2.0 FAR building makes sense. If it's let's call it a 4-story building, you would have your first floor of ground floor retail. Your levels above would have your parking and office. And then on the top level, you would have your residential, much like, what you see at the intersection of Lincoln and 17th along Alton, where you have these new buildings that do have the ground floor retail, not street front appropriate uses in the middle and a penthouse above. So if I could suggest 50% for the office use, 25% for the residential to maximize the FAR and comply with what the code allows, and then encourage the ground floor engagement with retail and restaurant.
So I'm not in disagreement with you. I'd like to have staff take that into consideration. I think they understand what we're trying to achieve. And most certainly if they take the 2.0, how do we codify it where ground floor is retail and only one floor is residential and the rest is office, should they seek the mixed use bonus FAR?
I think that level of detail is really, really difficult to identify when you don't have a project in front of you, because if you were to move forward, say with your recommendation or a recommendation in the form of you remove the 0.45 minimum, and then that would allow for, and then you indicate that at the first level may consist solely of non-office uses. I think what you're going to end up with in all likelihood is probably something that is between 0.5 and 0.6 office, and then you'll get 0.25 residential, and then the remainder will be the ground floor commercial. So I think it ends up going either way. So I think that by having it more flexible might be a better way to go. I mean, if your intent is to limit the residential uses to just the 0.5 on the bonus, if that's your intent, I think keeping it simpler is a better way to go. And that would be just the entire building shall be consist of office space with the exception of the ground floor, which may contain a mix of or entirely be used for non-office uses. And then the residential would be limited to the 0.5 bonus.
What end of the island is it on?
And I think, David, this conversation is more related to the CD2 on Alton.
Correct. Because in Terminal Island, you're not allowed to do residential, so they are doing a full office component there. So this is something that I think is germane to, this is just for Alton. What's interesting is it will become a focus of discussion for Sunset Harbor because they're in CD2. So assuming that gets referred tomorrow, that will be coming back to you. So, your discussion here is likely going to inform that discussion as well.
Okay. Well, I certainly support the way you framed it last, where for the bonus, only 0.5 can go to residential, and the rest would be made up by office with ground floor commercial. If staff has the proper way to word that, and if the rest of the board is supportive of that, we can move in that direction.
I think we probably, we know exactly what it is you want to say. I think we'd probably like to work with Nick to fine tune that language. But I think that you can go ahead, transmit it with a favorable recommendation. With that recommendation, we'll fine tune it so it says just that within the language of the code.
Remaining board members, you feel comfortable with that?
Do you want me to repeat that? Just for clarity purposes? So basically what I think the consensus appears to be is that in order to get the additional height, the project shall consist solely of office space, notwithstanding, and this would only apply to the CD2 along Alton Road, notwithstanding the 0.5 bonus for residential may still be utilized, and the first floor of the building may be utilized for non-office uses.
I'm okay with that. Remaining board member?
It's good with me, and I'm happy to move it like that.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, let's get a roll call, staff. I think you have direction and clarity on the wording we're seeking or the intent we're seeking. You'll work on the wording with the city attorney's office. I'll go ahead and call the roll.
Sure. So the motion was made by Mr. Barano, seconded by Mr. Maland. Mr. Brantley is still absent. Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Maland?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpi?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Brantley being absent.
Board members, do you have any desire to discuss whether we want to make a separate motion supporting the same action in North Beach, or would you rather not engage in that today?
I'm okay punting for now.
Noted. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on. We have Planning Board PB 200404, amendments to minimum off-street parking requirements for Harding Townsite and MXT District.
Okay, so this is, again, file number PB 200404 for parking reductions in the Harding Townsite and MXT District. The proposed ordinance applies to the CD2 or MXT districts located in the Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue, and Harding Townsite local historic districts, which is essentially Ocean Terrace, Collins Avenue, the area up there. Within the affected area, it allows for the following for new buildings. It modifies parking requirements to 1 space per residential unit and 0.5 spaces per hotel unit. It provides that there be no parking requirements under certain circumstances, which include lots with a width of less than 100 feet or less, development sites of 6 units, hotel or residential or less, new buildings on sites with existing buildings which do not provide off-street parking, and where the total number of new residential or hotel units does not exceed the existing number of units, and for properties located within 1,500 feet of a public transit stop or a public or private parking garage. The ordinance also allows that additions to contributing buildings which retain at least 75% of the front and side elevations, 25% of interior and side elevations are substantially retained, preserved, or restored, for them to have no parking requirement. It also allows the HPB to waive parking requirements for hotel and residential units pursuant to the Certificate of Appropriateness criteria. And the ordinance also establishes short and long-term bicycle parking requirements for the area. It's important to note this is for new construction because existing buildings in these areas do not have a parking requirement. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Please go ahead.
The intent of this is to incentivize the restoration of projects in the properties in the historic district. As these areas are primarily built out, it's often impossible for them to provide parking on site, nor would it be desirable because it would create curb cuts, driveways in areas that have large pedestrian volumes. So that would create some safety issues for the pedestrians. And so the developer in these areas could pay a fee in lieu of parking of $40,000 of space, but that's very expensive and it prevents the restoration and beneficial additions to some of these historic buildings. And so not requiring off-street parking for many uses would encourage the use of alternative modes of transportation, which is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and the transportation master plan. The areas described are well served by public transportation, including Miami-Dade Transit buses and the city trolley, and ridership is relatively high in these areas. And there's some maps in the staff report that indicate that. And so with that, staff recommends that the planning board transmit the ordinance to the city commission with a favorable recommendation.
So Rogelio, this resulted, we had a previous ordinance approved by commission for the Normandy Isle Local Historic District, removing the parking requirement there. Is it safe to say this is an evolution of further conversation to expand that into this also additional local historic district? And is it safe to assume that because it's a local historic district, you suspect the HPB wouldn't be approving complete demolition of a building and rather an addition to a building, which you want to preserve the fact that we're not going to be generating curve cuts and being able to preserve the walkability of that neighborhood?
Absolutely. Yes, these areas are built out, so it's likely that the facades aren't going to be changing much. And if you're going to do a rear addition to these properties, it's going to be nearly impossible to be able to provide parking on site.
What keeps the developer for Ocean Terrace Holdings from coming back and revising their project to take into effect the need that you won't need to provide parking on site? It's contradictory to what their plan has been. In fact, they seek to provide more parking and not have the additional parking count against their FAR. So I don't think that's the direction they're going in, especially with the new construction. But is there any carve outs there or anything you've thought of that we need to be concerned with?
I suppose that they would be able to come back and modify their plans to take advantage of some of these benefits. As it stands, it would require that they provide 1 space per unit and 0.5 spaces per hotel unit for the new towers that they're proposing. So that would still be required. It does allow for properties within 1,500 feet of a public transit stop or public parking garage. So they would get a benefit there from those because they are very close to the proposed North Shore garage, and they have very good public transportation connections with Route S and Route C on Collins Avenue, in addition to the North Beach Circulator. So they would be able to come back and take advantage of this.
And what about parking for ground floor retail use? That's not contemplated on new construction? There's not a requirement for that?
In the Hardingtown site area, I believe they're in parking district number 4, which does not have a parking requirement for retail. In the South Beach area, they are not in a parking district, so they do have a requirement for retail. However, it's more likely that the retail component will be located in the existing building and not in a rear addition. So the retail in the existing building would be exempt from parking requirements.
Okay. I don't see, I'll open up to the public real quick. I don't see any hands up. Is anyone from the public want to speak on this item? Please raise your hand. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Board members, if you want to ask staff any questions on this.
Yeah, this is just a diminished, an increased parking requirement for new construction. The old buildings, as I understand it, will retain the no parking requirement. And the purpose of this is to incentivize keeping the old facades and parts of the historic structures. Am I stating that correctly?
Where actually the majority of the historic building be maintained and protected as part of this.
And the incentive for that is no parking requirement.
No parking for any additions that you may do on the lot, just because it would be difficult to provide the parking for any additions that are done and still be able to protect the building.
I see.
Okay. Well, I think this is a great idea. Any more questions?
I'll move it.
All right. Anyone want a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Michael,
Sorry,
please call the roll.
Was it Mr. Weeder that made the motion?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion was made by Mr. Weeder, seconded by Mr. Barano. Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Batia,
Yes.
Mr. Milland,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Sorry to interrupt, but you have an appointment soon.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Weeder,
Yeah.
and Mr. Pietro.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Brantley being absent.
You're muted, Daniel.
Yeah. Moving on to the next item, Planning Board File PB 20-0405, Landscape Exemptions. Staff, please proceed to present.
Thanks, and this is our last item on the agenda today. Hopefully it should be pretty quick. This is Planning Board.
I thought we could stay a few more hours, you know?
If you like. Planning Board File number 20-0405. This is an ordinance amendment for an exemption to the landscape requirements. Now, in 2016, major changes were made to the city's landscape regulations. The applicability of the current ordinance is very broad, and its requirement for a property to come into compliance with the current landscape regulations when any addition is made to an existing building. This can be burdensome, for example, especially on a single-family homeowner who may only seek to add a partial second-floor addition or to enclose a ground floor patio area. A landscape architect is often required, including surveys of existing landscaping. The proposed ordinance would allow an exemption to landscape requirements as follows, and I'm just going to read the language that we're including in the ordinance for the exemption, which states, as applicable to additions to existing buildings that do not expand or enlarge the footprint of the existing building, and where such additions do not require the review and approval of a land use board and are not a substantial rehabilitation, the landscape review requirements in this chapter may be waived by the planning director or designee. Now, as the exemption would not reduce any existing landscaping on a property, no negative impacts on the city's overall green space are anticipated. Additionally, a fully compliant landscape plan would still be required for a substantial rehabilitation, regardless of whether or not an addition was proposed. So we are recommending that the board transmit this to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for that brief presentation. Let me open up to the public first. Anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Board members, any comments?
Yeah, I have a few questions. Michael, is this in all residential districts? Or just is this in all zoning districts or just residential?
It applies in all zoning districts, but ultimately it's up to the planning director to make the determination on what's appropriate in terms of the waiving of the landscape requirements.
And I wonder, because I recently went through a permit process for like a driveway replacement, which triggered, there was a requirement for a tree survey and all kinds of things that really slowed us down. Does that count towards, expanding the footprint if you're replacing a driveway, something like that?
No, if you're just replacing a driveway that's already there, that would not be expanding, the footprint. So I think that's a minor modification that, would not require could be an exemption to not require a landscape plan.
Okay, yeah, I'm in favor of there, being, a clear threshold. When you cross it, okay, then it's all departments review it. But Yeah, I would like to clarify that threshold somehow. So I mean, I appreciate it's up to the planning director, but maybe if there could be a little bit more guidance. So we're just strictly, yeah.
I'm saying if you are just replacing a driveway, we're not expanding it. It's different if you were doing a new driveway. I think doing a new driveway, we do need to have at least the landscape portion for where you're proposing. So if you're proposing to remove any trees, that would be part of your application. But we would limit the review still to the portion of the property you're modifying. We're not going to make you do a whole landscape plan for your property if you're just relocating or adding a driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And this more clearly gives the planning director to make a more focused determination depending on the type of amendments being proposed to the property.
Just so I'm clear, so like if I were to submit a permit application for a new driveway or a fence, let's say, the planning director would then decide if landscape needs to review it?
Well, I think if it's just for a fence, we're not going to require landscaping. And if your survey shows that you're replacing an existing driveway, we're not going to require landscaping.
Okay.
And Nick,
yeah,
Nick, this is primarily intended for those very limited instances where somebody is doing a project that consists of an addition. Mm-hmm. And that addition is either a second level or they've already got, say, a covered porch with a slab and they want to enclose that, but they're not expanding the footprint. And so this is what it was designed for. If you're doing a very substantial rehabilitation, then yeah, you would have to do it. Or if you're expanding the footprint of the home, you would have to do it. But the scenarios where somebody's like redoing their driveway or doing a new fence, those are not considered projects where a full landscape plan would be required.
You mean if you added a second story to a house, but you don't affect the landscaping, you have to do a new landscaping plan?
Under the code now, yes. And that's what this addresses.
David, yeah, this would address that as long as you don't expand the footprint.
Well, let's say you put a second story on the house. You don't expand the footprint of the house.
Right.
Yeah.
If we approve this, you wouldn't have to submit a new landscape plan.
Okay.
I'm in favor of this. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I went through an addition about 4 years ago, and the hardest part for me was having to do a new landscape plan and then wanting to replace all of my existing landscaping with new types of trees that they felt were better. So I think there is a practical application here where the planning director can step in and say, wait a minute, this wasn't the intent. This is clearly within the preview to not require a full new landscape plan for a property to do a small improvement. So I can certainly see the practical application.
Yeah, I agree. I would move it if there's no other comments.
Okay, so that's a first. Anyone got a second?
I'll second it.
That's Mr. Milan. Michael, you want to call the roll?
Sure. So the motion was made by Mr. Jelpy, seconded by Mr. Milan. Mr. Brantley is absent. Mr. Vitia?
Yes.
Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Jelpy?
Yes.
Mr. Weeder?
Yes.
And Mr. Pietro?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Brantley being absent. And before we adjourn, I just want to remind the board members that the next meeting is actually on a Monday, December 14th at 9 a.m.
Why Monday?
So I have a couple of housekeeping items for you really quick. Discussion items. What are the discussion items for December?
I think we're going to do the affordable housing discussion and affordable and workforce housing discussion for December.
Perfect. I like to make sure that is a discussion item. If those board members are not aware, I currently sit on the Affordable Housing Committee as a planning board seat. I will not be seeking reappointment to the planning board for next year. So I think it's very important for the transition that one of the planning board members be ready to take over that seat. It's been highly beneficial to have a planning board member on that committee. And that committee has changed. So we'll learn a lot about that on the discussion item for next month. In addition, can staff tell me when the local historic district for Tatum Waterway is scheduled to come in front of the planning board? Should the HPB move forward with it at their next hearing?
I believe it would be December or January, but I think a lot depends upon whether or not, Michael, do you recall if we noticed it for December or we were
No,
going to
it
notice it
was
for
not.
January?
It was not noticed for December. No.
So that means it would be January, Daniel.
Okay. So hopefully I'll still be able to participate at the January meeting on that discussion item.
So you'll be able to hold over for 2 months for sure?
If the city needs me to, absolutely. No concerns there. I don't want them to rush in finding a board member. So I'd be happy to hold over during that time because I know it's hard to find a board member seat. Any other?
And if any of the board members whose term expires on December 31 are eligible for reappointment, be sure to reach out to the mayor and the commissioners individually to let them know that you would like to be considered for reappointment.
Mighty big shoes to fill, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Weeder. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Daniel, you turned out?
No, I'm not termed out. I can go for another 2 years, but if you guys haven't noticed, I'm a little frustrated these days, and I really want to spend 100% of my focus on North Beach, like 100%, because I just truly feel that that area of the city is in tough shape. It's not looking good, and things aren't moving forward in a progressive way. There's a bright future for North Beach, but in the short term, there's a lot of pain. And I would really, really like to remain 100% focused there. And I think when you're on the planning board, you need to be much more open and much more reasonable in how you address things. So I think what North Beach needs right now is a really strong push and a lot of demand that things get done in a short period of time. And I think that's what I'd like to focus on. After so many years, I know there's a lot of horizon, but in the last 5 years, it hasn't gotten better. And I think we're starting to feel a lot of suffering as a result of that. So that's the reason behind it.
Well, I think you would effectuate change here too. I mean, I'm sad because I think you're a valuable member, Daniel.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm sure there are other people out there, but I also think that while you're on the planning board, it's hard to be too aggressive in other sides of what you're doing in the city, and you have to remain open. And that hasn't worked for me in the long term in North Beach. And it seems to affect change. You need to be a very loud, squeaky wheel. And, that's what I plan to do. And we'll be removing myself from the planning board in order to fulfill that role very aggressively because we've worked so hard for the North End. And right now I'm at 77 vacant storefronts, 69 pre-pandemic, 77 post-pandemic, and absolutely no immediate change in the future that will change economic circumstances. So, I live there, my kids go to school there, and, I'm not feeling safe, and I'm very concerned with the direction of North Beach over the next 2 or 3 years while we wait for all of our plans to go forward. All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone.
We'll be nice to you when you appear before us then.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope so.
Well,
all right. Well,
I really admire and applaud your efforts, Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for the
I'm
kind
a North
words.
Beach guy. Daniel, I'm a North Beach guy. I grew up in North Beach, so I still live in 33141. So that's I appreciate your what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you. All right. Any other items or a motion to adjourn? All right. Motion to adjourn it is. Thank you all. Please stay safe. And thank you for everyone that participated at the in-quorum requirement here at the Miami Beach Convention Center.
Michael,
thank you, staff,
much.
for making us feel
Thank you very much
home.
for all you guys do with.
Thank you all. Thank you, Daniel.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.